Alright, after some technical difficulties, we should be good now. I may have, forgot to re-render the video for today, but we're good now. Everything's okay now. We're okay now. What is this? What is it? Update to streamer bot. Sure. Download it. And I'm too fucking clean. Told me get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. Okay. I closed Brave. Another month. And I'm not. Could be for you when you hate the fuck. Alright, who are we lurking in today? What is Lady M doing? D&D this early in the afternoon? Oh my goodness. Oh, she's ending her stream. Oh. Okay, then we'll go like lurking Fang stuff then. I'm too messy. And then I'm too fucking clean. Help me get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. Alright, I gotta make sure it rendered right. I wanted to try something today with my stuff. It's that time of the month. Okay. Desk. Thank you for the head pats. Hello, Pixels. Good morning. I didn't make it a full thing. What the fuck? Oh, man. Thank you, Pixels, for the check-in. Feel free to go to sleep if you need more sleep, though. What the fuck? I did my time. I played my dues. Love is for fools. Trying to see, because I thought I made it a full thing. So I kind of want to try something. I feel liberated. I'm medicated. What you wanna look on your face. Ah, I did. See? Yes. PNG selection only export. Throw it away. Cold Hillary. Everyone had a good morning. I got a shower. I fed my cat. I got myself some breakfast. So I hope you all got some breakfast. Hell yeah, there we go. I paid my dues. Love is for fools. My sweet Lithonia, what have you done? These are your children, I am your son, Cody Lorray. Hi, Noble, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. Trying to see if I like that, because I feel like it kind of looks like a computer screen. Then if we had the desk off, I think that still looks all right. I'm good. That's good. Did you also just wake up, or has your day been going? Oh, I have to check to make sure that video rendered out correctly. Actually, I'll check a few things. Let's move the mouse and the keyboard. I got that 9 to 5 been working. Oh, well, I hope it wasn't too bad. I hope it was a pretty lax day for you. I hope that if you work in a place that has customers, that the customers weren't too mean. I think that doesn't look, maybe a little bit more down. It was a very chill day. I'm glad. Yeah, I don't want it too far up. Yeah, I think it's kind of like a tablet. Hold on. I am curious if I would like it more if it was faced the other way. Which is filters. Where is it? Rotation. Oh, it's this one. Nope. But I did see a video talking about content. I wanted to bounce. But I did see a video talking about content stuff. I wanted to bounce off you. Yeah, what's up? What is up? Happy to hear whatever you got going on in that little noggin. Well, I figure out what's going on in my noggin. There you go. I think that's correct. All right. I think I like that. I feel like the desk is a little high though. If I could just do like that maybe. And then if I had like, oh wait, where are my peanut bubbers? My peanut boys. Yeah, move my peanut boys if this is the case. My little peanut boys. All right. And then if I pull this out, it looks like I'm still working. Saw a thing talking about people putting in 80% effort but only 20% reward. And basically, I wanted to ask you, what do you think are the high impact areas to focus on growth as a content creator? You're hitting me with the hard questions in the morning, huh? That's hard, isn't it? Because the what you get back isn't necessarily up to you, right? The 20% reward, right? Like that's not up to you how much you get back, right? And obviously with like TikToks where it's like an artist doing something, they've animated something, they're always gonna try get a good bit back. But I don't think it'll ever be equal. I think the biggest thing to focus on is at the end of the day, do you like the video? If that video ran or whatever you're working on, whether that's a movie, a music, whatever, if that randomly popped up in front of you, would you enjoy it? And if so, I think you're good. It doesn't matter how much stuff you get back in the end. And I think that's where I'm kind of at with my content was I liked where I was at. And then, hello, Blaster. Welcome on in. These stupid TikTok puzzles. I like the videos I make. I do. But there's some points where I feel like I could improve. And, I think social media does a good job of, when you're in a field of things that are done by other people, probably maybe better, maybe worse than you, it's very easy for the world to be like, oh, well, we'll give as much back as you give to us, right? But I think the biggest thing is at the end of the day, if you could sit down and watch the full thing that you created or you're happy with it, then like, I don't think you should look too much towards the reward from other people because it's never in your hands. That kind of thing is never in your hands. I don't have that much water. I'll take a water in a little bit. It's okay. I have milk. I have milk. I have a cup of milk every morning or most mornings. But I hope that helps. I don't really know if I answered that question fully, but if you need more, let me know. I can talk about it more. I think for me it's just different because I really want to be a content creator full time, but I'm also doing it for me, for my personal satisfaction. And speaking of personal satisfaction, I need to make sure the Minecraft server is working. And I made a new okay. Version of these mods. Honey Delight? We have Honey Delight. A, B, C, D, E, F. So far I've been making content I enjoy to avoid burnout, but I also want to optimize for growth, which has been a hella hard to balance. Oh no, that's so valid. That like that's I feel like I'm in the very same part of my content creation journey. Because I used to have the lucky experience of having a manager. My manager was this guy, Stealth Shampoo. They were my manager for a little bit thanks to me having a little bit of a marketing like affiliation with Enshrined, which is a game I'm helping to become a TTRPG. And as you can see, they're not small. They do their full-time stuff being a content creator. But I got some tips from them, and in terms of like scripting, in terms of like stuff like that. So if you ever want to see those, I can clean up the notes that they gave me, and then I can show them to you. But yeah, please God, yeah, okay, I'll clean those up today. I just say clean up, not that I don't like them. It's just uh oh, we don't. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Much appreciated. If you need anything, yeah, no, be my friend. You want to be friends? Be my friend. That's always my biggest thing. Is like content creators need to be friends with one another because that's the biggest way we'll grow, right? And like, I want my success to be your success. If we all succeed together, we'll all be rich and famous. We'll all be the next baby no money. And that's my plan. Okay, so I fucked up something. I'll go around with fake IDs. Yee, so far, I do like your vibe, so I'll be hanging out. And I like your vibe! You're so cute. And you're just fun. And I liked watching movies with you. Movie last night, very fun. Thank you for coming. Oh, I have a Minecraft tab. Alright. 2 great movies back to back, yeah. I'm sad that the other one didn't go through, but that's okay. Okay, updated a man with plushies, aquaculture 2, and naturalist. Okay, so I need to do a thing. Which we'll look at editing stuff in a little bit. Because I need to fix the Minecraft server. Because it looks like I made an oopsie whoopsie doopsie. Okay, but Scott, we don't have Honey Delight. What the fuck happened to Honey Delight? Search for browse. Oh, it's beyond the barn. What? Oh, there it is. Play. Oh wait, not cancel. Hold on, I gotta delete. Change version. Okay. What? Yeah, when people get a wellness do a wellness redeem, it goes down. The water moves. It's very subtle. I think it's nice. Oh my god, this takes forever. DLT, wake up, it's time for school. Why are these discontinued? Look at this. Why are they discontinued? Um. Mmm. Mmm. Okay. Mmm. So. Mmm. Mmm. So, did all the discontinued mods, did they become... Okay. Okay. Okay, what about the furniture one? Discontinued moves to Macaw's biome of plenty. Okay. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. We'll also fix that then as well with the server version then. Okay, so this is so it should have what happened to this project? It was removed. Oh. Honey Delight mod. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Are they a lot like this? Yeah. Ah. That's so confusing. Because it's on Modrinth. But it's not unlisted by staff. But why? Huh? I'm so confused. Why would they... See, mod stuff always confuses me. It's a hole. It's a fucking hole. And once you're in that hole, you're never getting out of that hole. Oh, man. Why would they remove all this stuff? Yeah, look at all of our delight mods. What happened to our delight mods? Okay, hold on. This is tester barn. That's so weird. Okay. So, oops, this is not the tester barn. This is the tester barn. Profile options, allow content management done. What happened? Why did all our delight mods break? Why did they remove all the delight mods? Corn delight. Okay. Pineapple delight, CubeJS delight, large meals. Okay, well, don't look at too many delight mods, me. Who's the one that created these, though? Hold on, let me look at their Discord server, because I'm confused as to why. Can be a doctor, I could cure your disease. Can make you believe. Hi, finish. Okay, so... cool mods, underrated mods. What happened to the delight mods? Sorry if I might be friendly, but I was thinking it might have been the compat delight mod. Compat delight? Compat delight is the easy way to get farmers 50 plus hours. I'm curious. I'm so curious if we... I don't know if that would work that way. Because it seems like everybody's moving over to Modrinth, which bothers me a bit. I could try making my own mod pack in Modrinth, seeing if that works. So Modrinth is like Cursed Forge, but a lot less bloated. So with Cursed Forge, you have to have Overwolf, and it's bloatware. We don't need it, you know. But Modrinth is specifically, I believe, just like Minecraft mod packs, and that's it. So I'm contemplating it. It'll be a bit of work though. But if everybody is moving over to Modrinth, Forge, Neo Forge, it could be better. Let's do a little research. Versus Curse Forge. This is from 2 years ago. In general, Modrinth is better. It's... God dang it, I got more... No! I got jelly on my shirt. Chat, I got jelly on my shirt. It's not a lot. It also has texture packs and shaders. Curse Forge also has that. But maybe it handles it better. I kind of want to try it. And if that's the case, I could probably copy people's data over. I don't actually know if that matters. Let me message one of my mods. Retirement. Oh, I already made my own mod pack. I'm just trying to see if moving from Curse Forge to Modrinth would be better. Can you move from Curse Forge to Modrinth seamlessly? I'm moving my share for Curse Forge. Right click on... Wait, what? I want to play a mod pack that's only on Curse Forge with a friend, but they only have Modrinth. How do I move it to Curse Forge to Modrinth? Right click your mod pack, export profile. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. I think it'd be better to do a clean version, though. So yeah, I could do a clean version. I mean, I don't even know if it has all the mods, so I might as well just see if I can make all the mods first. Identical shapes. Identical shapes. Identical shapes. Identical shapes. Let's sign up with Google. Google. Alright. What launcher are you using for Fabric? Forge. We're using Forge. I like Forge. It's not as fast as some of the other ones, but I like Forge because so many people use it. I want to change my icon. I always change my icon. Where's my... I don't like this. The image might be too big, but I don't really care because it's one of my favorites. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. It's so big I can't use it. Alright, let's use these ones on. Lane modes, this one. Too big! Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, add new project. This is called Milk Club Beyond the Barn. This is gonna be public. It's a really long link. Let's see, BTP. I'd prefer that. Create project. Oh, summary? Oh, let's take the one from our pack because it's literally the same thing. There's a word limit. Okay, project. Okay. Will you kiss me? I can tell you miss me. I can tell it. Save changes. It's like the license your project is being distributed under. Save changes. Any externally targeted to monitoring the accessory Discord invite. Feature a gallery image. Okay. I have Windows. Let's cover image. Oh. I'll have to change that eventually. Upload icon. Let's say it's too big. We'll make it smaller. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Project should have a nice looking unique icon to identify. Upload at least visit the versions page. Minecraft. That's the old one. Where's the new one? Where'd I put it? I can tell it hits. I'll be romantic. I'll hit it from the back just so you don't get attached. envtuber, yeah. Did I put in logos? No. Where did I put it? That's a bad idea. Okay. Yeah, this is the old one. Oh, is it in? I'm so confused. What happened? Is this going up on models to see if his view to data? Combat delayed. I pleasure for me the eggs. Space. Just Skin eating animation, better nether, farmer's delight. Has all the things, a lot of the things that we already have. It looks like. I'm just so confused since. Your mods got shut down. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I like your mod and can't even upload the mod back again with the mods because of the shit CF did. I myself also have a mod that was given to me because the owner didn't want to update the mod. So oh. Interesting. So maybe it would be better to move over to Modrinth. Okay. Hello, always a smile. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. The other, I believe, earlier today. I've been having a wonderful day though. Next. Okay. I forgot where I put my Milk Club logo. Oh, is it? Nope. Oh no. Oh no. It's okay, we'll find it. About Sophie, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful Just Chatting stream. Howdy there. This here stream is a right pretty sight. When they're not busy plundering the high seas and hunting down bounties, they're fixing to show you a good old-fashioned brig PvP and maybe teach you a thing or two about designing your own ship. It's all good vibes and chill time, so grab your hat and settle it in for a spell. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hi, Werewolf. Hi. I'm currently trying to fix my Minecraft server. Because it's being willy wonky, silly bonky. Okay. Raid! Yes, thank you, Raiders. If you need to go rest, please do take care of yourself. Your health is the most important. Otherwise, feel free to just hang out. And for those of you who are new here, I'm Elaine. I stream here daily, and I'm currently trying to fix my Minecraft mod pack. Seeing if it would be better. Okay, there's still ads here. Seeing if it would be better. Rest. Who needs sleep? I need sleep. I'm a big eater, bro. OLED. What the fuck? Just go with dark. Okay. Could I see my mod pack? Okay, it doesn't look like it. It's very interesting. So, okay. Mods. Okay. So, okay. So currently, my dilemma is, for those of you who are laying and sleep, that's something new. I always sleep. You kidding me? I always sleep. I'm a big eater. My new starting student ending screen are me just sleeping. Projects. So this one. Oh, right. We were looking for the icon, which I've seemingly lost. I know I won't be leaving here. I know I won't be leaving here. BRB, no problem. And you need it comfy for the most. Yeah, I love comfy cozy. Comfy cozy is the best. I'm so confused on where this logo went. It wouldn't be in here. Alright, I guess we'll look for it. Squish Show is pretty awesome. Do we not have? Yeah, it's called mods. Milkgg mods. Comfy, what is this? I only use my cover for my blanket. Comfy cozy is the best. It's that moment in life when you're right about to go to sleep and you just feel at peace. That's what comfy cozy is to me. All right, here it fucking is. Hey, found it. All right, here we go. JPEG. We'll do 1080 by 1080. That's these hazmats, fast caps, oh, black ass cracks. Down the track. I'm always comfy cozy. That's the brand. Save changes. Add external links. Let's see the external links. Issue tracker. Place to report bugs, issues, and concerns about your project. I guess that would be the Discord server. This one. Discord invite. I guess we would just do that one. Save changes. Visit the feature gallery. I don't think I'll do that yet. Versions. Upload a version. But that's the thing I'm worried about. Okay, well, our last working version was version 1.3. So we could upload version 1.3, call it version 0. I like to do it this way. Okay. Download version 1.4, no mods in folder. Only .connector in there? What are you talking about? Wow. Because right here is stuff. I just... Version 1... actually, we'll do it 1.3. Since that's what it was. And then the changelog for 1.3 was... removing no see no tick. Preview. Bold. Yeah, but the main folder for mods is the mods folder in there. Yeah, but we export. Oh. Is that how it is on all of them? Yeah, I actually don't know how CurseForge exports their stuff, to be honest. Hold on. Let me try something else. Replace. Because we do need that information. Okay, let's just try the version first. And then if it doesn't work, then project, add dependency version, add dependency. Okay, I just want to see how this runs on its own. And if it works, then we go from there. If it doesn't, then we know we fucked up. Okay. Okay, so let's make a new one. From file, import. Oh, so it is different. It is different from Cursed Forge. Ooh. Okay, we can do like this. Do tester barn. Open folder. This is instances tester barn. Tester barn. This one. Import one profile. From hell, behind the soul, it was easy to see the devil himself could get hold out of me. Did I make it so that way? No, I didn't. So I'm gonna have to redo the Minecraft information then, huh? Damn. Okay, I'm curious, so I have to read through this. Did they have any announcements about it being removed? Interviews. In a few days, the combat delay 121 combat is also for Ad Astra Dungeons, Alex's Caves. Are you doing your own mod pack? I am. I've made my own mod pack. I'm just trying to see if it works better on Modrinth. Because our Curse Forge one works, but a set of the mods that we had got removed. Because I could just remove them, but I don't really want to. So removed. So this is Honey Delight. And yeah, it has all the other ones too. But they're broken because Curse Forge took them down. 50 plus format and a single mod. Instead of installing a bunch of separate mods, just drop in Combat Delay and automatic all the content when it depends to supported mod. Oh, that's so cool. Instead of having like 50 fucking mods for okay. I like it. I got another Conjurer Cyclic. So we don't have to. Oh, this is so nice. I approve. Okay. Or 800. Wish you all a great night now. I'm at my 20-hour limit. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you so much. Sleep well. And thank you for the raid and the follow. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep well. All right. So that means we can do all the project ones? Or did they remove it? So like Honey Delight by Swattum. Because we don't need these anymore. So let me go to my server. And let me go in here. I should have taken a picture. That's okay. Actually, could I just open the latest logs from this? Shotgun. See recent logs. Okay, let's just launch it so that way I can see what mods are broken. Okay, so we remove Honey Delight. It's a lot of the Delight mods, so it's Ars Nouveau Delight. I'm presuming it's all the ones that are broken. Blue Skies Delight. Alright, wait for that to load. Well, that loads, we'll go in and we'll just start editing. Dedidated man. She shot me. She shot me. Bang, bang. She shot me. For the Minecraft store. Bang straight to my heart. She shot me. She shot me. Bang, bang. She shot me. She shot me. She shot me. Bang, bang. And if I wanted to, install content. Okay, okay. Which okay. I have to write stuff down. I have to write stuff down, chat. Because this became like 10 times harder than it should have been. But I guess that's what I get for making a mod pack in the middle of a transitionary period for a lot of the mod pack resources. Because I knew when making this CurseForge mod pack that Modrinth was a very big up and coming basically replacement for CurseForge. So I have to write stuff down. Take a picture. What? Oh. This is the wrong thing. Oh, piss. Okay. Continue. Okay, so Macaw's roofs. All the biomes you go was replaced with Macaw's roof 4-0 biomes you'll go went into this one. Macaws. I'll call it the Macaws Compact. So Macaws. I went into that one. Oops. Macaws biomes will plenty. So this is the macaw. Actually, I should just do this differently instead of doing it in my journal. Okay, so where is my thing? I used to go. Where is my Minecraft? I had a spreadsheet for my Minecraft. There it is. Okay, so we're just gonna put this here. Delete this. And then delete these. So original mod changed to. Okay, so this mod got changed to this one. Okay. And then this one, Macaw's furniture, is the same thing, I believe. This one changed to Macaw's biome plenty. Bop is this one. Okay, and then that's a shader. Oh, okay. Anxiety. Okay. Ether is callous. I should check if that is compatible with it though. Friend or foes, graveyard, hex array, iron spellbooks, legendary creatures, meowum, mechanianisms, midnight, Mosby's mods, mutant monsters, mystical agriculture, naturalist. Hi, Rhino! Nature's error, netherific, occultism. Oh, the biomes we've gone. Outer end. Rats, refined storage, regions unexplored, stalwart dungeons, supplementaries, tough as nails, Tropicraft, Young's Better Caves. Okay, cool. So it's more a matter of finding what's broken in this then. Thank you for the check-in. I'm lurking as I'm on the phone, no problem. Try hit me. Try hit me. Okay, so here's all, it looks like the broken ones. Okay. Interesting. dynamics, mythic weapons, reliquary trash. Interesting. Clumps. Okay, we might have to replace a few things. Clumps. Player animator. So if I wanted to look up like clumps, for example. So if I wanted to install it, it's installed now. And now if I look at the clumps. It just replaces it, I think. Yeah, so if I looked at, let's go back to updated. Beefier. Okay, let's do the SIBO. Stoneborn stuff. No. Mighty Mail. Let's do mail. Okay, is Mighty Mail in this one? Mailboxes and shipping boxes. That says other moments. This guy. This guy has 16 items to register mail. If you carry so you are to show the items. There are two different types of mailboxes. One is the very end, the one you can hang on the wall. Okay, so they don't have this one. Pipe bomb? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, sophisticated backpacks. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so if I installed sophisticated backpacks, and I went back, and I looked up sophisticated backpacks, it fixes itself. No, well, it doesn't. Because these are different. They're different versions. Okay. Updated. Okay, and then delete, and then install content. Sophisticated storage, install. I can't get enticed by too many of the pretty boys. Okay, and then sophisticated storage we updated. Let's see, what about install player animator? What was reliant on it? Animate the player installed. Oh, this one is fine. Okay. Tombstone? Is that what it's called? Yeah, it is. Okay. What's better than this? Unexpected small decision. Okay, new question. You've been hiding, look after of the time. Drink you, wishes to. Okay, what if we do it inversely? Fuck. Orange download. Save. Hey, that's fine. Let's remove these. And then let's say instead. Ooh, I hate it when it does this. Start with your heart in a headlock. Stop with your heart in a headlock. Leave in the oven. Found. What about the ones that aren't found, though? Error, unidentified mapping cheese. Missing ID from Draconic Evolutions, Draconian Burger. Yep, I've taken a lot of time on this mod pack. Okay, so let's do it like this then. Okay. Tester barn. Where's tester barn? Content. All these get deleted. Except for this one. The rest of them get removed. Did it do it? Oh, okay. A lot of them are just like small, like recipe things, so it's not that crazy. We're going to. Okay, so removed non-compatible delight mods, replaced with delight compat delight, replaced compat delight and sweet delight. And then we updated a few mods as well. Start changes. We updated a man with plushies. Aquaculture. It's a can. And this one. And naturalist. And now we're going to add custom stuff. Any crazy builds on the server? Yeah. Wacky, Mr. Wacky stuff has made a lot of crazy builds. I've been working on quite a few of them. But no, the server is very pretty and we have a lot of stuff going on it. We're just taking a small break because I broke it. Hello. My brain. My boy. Oh, right. And now we're going to be updating, right, the discontinued ones. I'm still a sick child. I just woke up from a long nap. Understandable. I hope you feel better soon. I'm removing these. And then we will be adding Macau.
Father, help!
Oh boy, okay. Woo-wee. I have to fix that, hold on. Because I promised Body I would.
You put the weed in the coconut and light that shit up. You put the weed in the coconut and you light that shit up.
There you go. I fixed it. Alright. Right, that's what we're doing. Calm. Buy on the plenty update. Yeah. The bounds you go, the bounds you gone. Okay, I think we fixed it. Now the thing is to file manager mods. Hopefully this will be okay. Delete. I will upload from folder. Curse Forge. I should have it open. Yeah, I do. So this one should have folder. Oh, this one. Upload from folder. Turkey. Upload. I probably should stop the server, actually. This works. We'll put it as V2. Tuesday defeated. Good job, Devouring. I'm proud of you. I hope you had a great day. Placed. I threatened to murder several students today. It was a good day. Sounds like a pretty good day to me. Antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. I hate how slow this is. Because of this, though. Antidepressants. The seniors are playing an Assassin's game where they have teams with the goal to splash the other team with water. I tell them if you're late to my class again, I will take you out myself holding the water bottle. That's some fucking anime character shit. That's cool. Devouring got that cool main character energy as a teacher. On the antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Okay. And then non-compatible. Oh. Ow, ow, ow. Non-compatible light mods. And then we are changing them to wrote it down. Compact Delight and Sweet Delight. So those should work if I did the server correctly. You son of a bitch. Okay. Hold on. Delete trash. Oops. Move. Okay. Now everything on the server and this file is now synced up. So, with that being said, if I played this version and I start the server, Should be okay. Find out. Got it. Got it. Ooh. Thank you for the head pat. Is Ghosty here? I want to shamelessly flirt. Wouldn't you know where they are? Oh shit, how was movie night? I missed Bullet Train, right? Yeah, you missed Bullet Train. It was really good. It was really good. There they are. There's your little sugar bear. There you go, Wacky. Precision, huh? Yeah, okay. Whatever you say, love bugs. Close my eyes.
The water's boiling.
Hello!
Hello! It's forever. I'm about to go to work. I don't know if I'm gonna see you again. What did I just walk into? Your snuggle bear was asking about you. Saying how much they wish to flirt with you. Okay. My infatuation says form of what you call it. Mod requires biomes of plenty 19 0.94 or currently. Okay. Huh? I don't know how that happened. Biomes of plenty. 2020 vision. Okay, these two would have to be updated then. Kill instance. Play. Been a sick chasing. My daydreams. Snuggle Bear, my pet name is nowhere near as TOS friendly. Well, yeah, but that's for you guys in your DMs, right? That's not for me to be sharing with the world. Silly billies. Whatever you and your Discord kitten does in your personal one-on-ones ain't my business. How's that going, dude? I think it's going pretty well. I don't think we'll be having to go to Modrinth because Modrinth doesn't have all the mods that the server originally has. So I think I might have fixed it. I just had to update a few mods, remove a few other mods, because of stuff. So hopefully it should be okay now. I'm just testing it, and if it's good, then I will share it. I will update it onto the Curse Forge. Otherwise, you know, you guys will know. You betray me, Elaine. How? I have done nothing. So lowly of me? What do you mean? Wacky's your Discord kitten, isn't he? I always saw it as Wacky's the Discord kitten, and then you're the cool guy. Yeah, see? If a wipe is needed, that would be a shame, but I wouldn't cry. Fresh starts can be rough, but birth, cool new builds. Oh, no, I don't think I would. Probably not. Probably not. I don't know what the song is. This is by Nimone. You can say that word. I will say that work momentarily. I just have to make sure I upload the videos for today. That is, unless I spell VTuber wrong. And then I embarrass myself in front of one of my favorite VTubers. Of course, I pay for his nitro. Understandable. The Discord sounds pretty wild, to be honest. What does that mean? What does that mean? I definitely have a job and everything, of course. Fake it till you make it. You know? I have a job. Take me to the beat. Book cover. Oh, the new cover looks so good. Whatever is happening in the Discord. Oh, don't worry about it devouring. It just Discord, you know, Discord kittens, you know? I'm happy with it. That's good. No, multiplayer. Server's dead. Okay. Oh, it's because of the Biomes of Plenty mod. Teehee. Teehee. Didn't totally fucking forget to fucking fix that. Let's be Biomes of Plenty. And the biomes we've gone. Biomes of Plenty. Hurting. And is it the the biomes we've gone? It starts with an O. 5 symptoms. Again. I love her. I love her. Oh, the biomes we've gone. And Biomes of Plenty. You'll have wackier stuff. Hi, it's me. I don't know what it gets great, and now I'm worried about asking. It's like prostitution, but on the internet. And not always promising nudies. Instead of symptoms. I have to add rats. Fuck! I forgot rats. Install. I love her. I love her. I love her. Why are you mad? It's like prostitution. It's like prostitution, but somehow worse. I would say it's somehow better. That's just the normal internet. In these days, yeah. Yeah. It stopped working. Why? Mod quark requires zeta. Zeta, 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 zeta. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love her. Okay, doesn't look like that has it. What is it in here? Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now start. Anyway, I'm doing this project on your relationship E. You know. Anyway, I'm only doing this to protect your relationship E. You know where the moves were, you know where the moves were being made. I think that's a lie because me and Pixels got together because we're two idiots. We're two idiots. We're like Don to Don. We were two idiots and we just liked being around each other so much that I wanted to kiss his face. Yep. I'm fighting. I feel I ignore the gleaming. I love the song. I'm turning this up in my headset. Actually, what the fuck? It's so quiet for you guys. The fuck? I've been vibing to this music by myself? What the hell? I ignore dreaming. Feeling. I don't know. You don't know nothing because you're sick, baby. Because you're sick. I love that man, though. I talk to Pixels every day of my life. We've been together for like 2 years? 3 years? 2.5? I talk to that man every single day. Is it too much? Oh, I did. I'm sorry. It was too much. I was like me volume. I apologize. It's such a good song. You can't be mad. 2.5. And I talk to that man every single day. Oh, this is the wrong shit. Not sick of each other? No. No. Never. Never. If he wasn't sick, I'd kiss his face right now. But I can't because he's sick. I can't get sick. No. I love being around Pixels. I actually talked to him the other day. I was like, are you not sick of talking to me every single day? And he's just like, nah. I feel the same way. It's a strange feeling. I guess that's what happens when you really are with someone that's like your best friend, though. Or that's how it is to be around your best friend, right? You never get tired of them. And like, I think another thing is like, I do enough of my own thing throughout the day. Like, I sit here and I stream. And he's over there working. So we're not spending every single second of every single day together, but it's never tiring. It's easy and natural. There's no stress of like I'm sure other people have felt this in their relationships of like almost the stress of the gender norms in a relationship, who's supposed to do what, but it's like, nah, we just always got each other's backs and we'll handle it how we handle it. Next. Public. Publish. Yonk. This is done. Haha, it's running. I'm so smart. Is that the right one? Me and gender have our conflicts. Mood. Growing up, I always wanted to be a boy. And then I became a lady. More packs. That. God, I love this song. And now I am wife. Checkmate. Yep, you're a wife now. I've got big old testicles. I'm alive. I can feel you all around me. The air I breathe. Okay, computer's gonna be a little slow because I'm doing quite a few things with it right now. Do you at least get nitro paid for? No, he pays for his own nitro. Chiquitos bolitos. Do you like my chiquitos bolitos? A more compatible version instead of downloading. There's a piece if you have. Can feel you all around me thinking. I can feel you all around me. I love this song even though it's about Jesus. You can't even say. Fuck. The server crash again? No. Invisible. Alright, let's start this. Alright, just wait for that then. I love you. I love you. No. Love you. I love you. No. Your heart. Like, oh, should I break your heart? Love you. Thank you for the wellness check.
The water's boiling.
Hello, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Who would have been a cow? An actual cow? An actual cow? What kind of question is that? Of course an actual cow would win. What? What? How dare you underestimate cows? Yeah, see? 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 Dragoth Drake got it. Yeah. What? That was a terrible question. It's kind of obvious that I would lose. Like, did anybody have any things that, like, I would win? Like, I know I took a second, but that's just because I had to visualize my gruesome death to a cow. What are you doing? I just wanted a warm blanket. You didn't have to get off of your blanket. Am I not allowed a warm blanket, Moira? Because I would lose to a cow. Yes, Mama would lose to a cow. I didn't underestimate shit. I just proposed a question. I know. I think the idea that I could possibly, in some alternate universe, somehow beat a cow is underestimation. I have no survival instincts. Zero. None. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Oh, fuck. Link clips. Oops. There we go. And now we have to do cropping, which would be 78 and 924. Oh, retain. There we go. Maincoow or 10 squirrels, who would win 10 squirrels? Squirrels are fucking vicious, bro. I would not fuck around with some squirrels. Mm-mm. Ew, this is lagging. Who would win a political cow, maincoow, or an actual cow? An actual cow. Ah. Cool. 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 actually curious about one more thing. Minecraft mod, fuck, what was it called? I had it, cow, moo, maincoow, that's, yeah, cow, moo, that's valid. I'm working, oh wow, that's a lot of cow. Yeah, I was just trying to check something. So I can at least load the mod pack, which is good. I'm just trying to see, there was one more, it came out with the Minecraft Bedrock edition. I'm gonna see if we can get it on Minecraft, the server. I don't know if I liked it or not, though. What do you mean to the videos I like? What do you mean all the videos I like are getting removed now? Now! Download the actions and stuff mod. What do you mean I can't have it for... The action stuff is pretty... No, we're not becoming Bedrock. There was a mod made for Bedrock. I'm in Spain without the A. That adds like a lot of like very, very nice, like almost like fresh animations to like Minecraft, which I really enjoyed. Where is like what the fuck? What the fuck? Mod to action stuff that you'll love. Oh, this is just a fuck off. I don't care anymore. Come on, come on. From underneath. Oculus failed to load correctly. Okay, come on now. Oculus update. Entity. Okay, didn't mean to update that one. Fuck. Updated. EMF, fabric and forge, entity texture, or no, it's model features. I don't know. I don't think that's needed. And then on Oculus. And then biome. This one. Oculus. Bedrock and PC have the difference, but they both do certain things better. Oh yeah, I agree. Like crossplay. Oculus and Entity is the entity stuff. Good and PC. Yep, this is true. This is true. Provide date modified. What do you mean? Want to save name. That was right, I know what side of the schism I stand. Understandable. Okay, hopefully that'll fix it. Come on. We'll march on Minecraft. Oh, both. That's all. Not taking sides sometimes is better than taking sides. I like the crossplay, personally. I wish there was more crossplay in Bedrock. Or in Java, sorry. This one. So zoom, crop, VTime effects, and fine. God, I love the new logo. It looks like we're really a news channel now. So while they are away, what other vision are we asking for as a Discord candidate? I'm not part of the union yet. A lot of attention. Attention is a big one. Probably expensive video game skins. Expensive video game skins is another good one. Oh, this clip doesn't work as well as I was hoping. Actually, we could just do... I just don't want it to cut out the face. It's kind of cutting out the face and I don't like that. Trying to think of what else you could ask for, but I don't really know. Hold on, vision. Editing, yeah. Okay, so art. Oh, I like their desk setup. I don't know if I ever really looked at it all that much. I like it. They have a chair. I don't have a chair. I do have a chair. What? Don't mind me just forgetting that I made my own chair. That I'm sitting on currently. Scoot it like this. Oh, I just realized that pen asset, it like flicks, but it's like not connected to them. It just kind of looks like it's working. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. Time to post TikTok. Wait. Can I edit the thing? I forgot to tag them. Please. Let me tag them, please. Okay, I'll post on the other socials first then. That's good. Switch account. Review it already, TikTok. Okay. And go post other stuff. So this is done now. Change cover. This one. Quid pro queso. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I love your name. Quid pro queso. I love it. I love your name. How did you think of it? Because I like it. I like it a lot. Let's see. There we go. And this one's maybe favorite. From Quid Pro Pro, yeah. Well, how'd you think of the queso? It was supposed to be a placeholder name, but it's a great name. I love it. Welcome on in. You make me want. Oh, now I want the Diablo queso from Oh, what's that place across the street? Oh, what's that place called across the street? Qdoba. They have like great queso. If you haven't had it before, you should definitely try it because it's magnifique. Did I post as well? I did, okay. Number 9. Damn, I'm far behind on these. 10 Trash Goblin. There's no Qdoba here. I wanted to try. It's pretty good. I think they're pretty good. For the amount of food that you get per price, I think it's pretty good. I always get their... Okay, Sadilla. When I had money, I would get their... Qdoba. I'm not looking at the calories, because fuck that. This one. They're cheese-crusted quesadillas, bro. What the fuck is this? That's gonna be like a picture. Yeah, so they put it on like a panini press and they crust the outside with cheese. And it's so good. Is it better or worse than Chiquitos Bolitos? Way better than my little Chiquitos Bolitos. Way better. I think this one was rendered. Hold on. Far superior version of Chipotle. Yes, this is true. Oh, that wasn't rendered yet. Okay. I'm the only one. Do you mean that I'm the cis one around? To do these 3. Hi, Moira Bean. Like the way it sounds. It sounds now. Failed to start the Minecraft server. Attempted to load class net, change screen for invalid. Could also look it up. Minecraft Pebble hosting on server because of Oculus. Ow! I'm the closest one around. Are you updating the Minecraft server? Can you add create 6.0 with inventory with the inventory parts? Of course. I can just backdate. I can backdate. If it's like, oh, it's incompatible, I can just backdate the create mod. Let me check it out. Yeah, let me see which create mod we have. We have 0.51. So let's see, what version are we on? Latest is 0.51. I upgraded to my taxes today. Good job, I'm proud of you. Would devouring is create 6.0, is that like the most updated create? Is that what that is? Thank you for the hip hip. Yes, yes, okay. Hold on, let me just duplicate the profile. Bless you, Pixels. Oh. Yeah, okay. Update. No, it should work. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. We'll find out. Donna, Yippee Carla. Let's see if that works. I'm just blurring my screen because IP address stuff. But I'm loading it now, so we'll see if it works. I can't refuse. Not it bad for you. Honey, please come on over and ruin my life. On the edge of a knife. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. Turn me on, you can turn me up. No way, time. It's poison. It's nice. Wearing nothing but your perfume. Of you. Leave me an offer I can't refuse. Whatever I feel. All over and ruin my life. How we dance on the edge of a knife. No, 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 no. Come on over and ruin my life. While we dance on the edge of a knife. La 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 na 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 na. Na 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 na. VTuber, late night, talk show, talk show. New screen, animator, Twitch. Okay. Okay. So if I update that, what happens? I should have just updated the singular one, but that's okay. Okay, so that would mean, so I have to update. Okay, so it needs flywheel. Currently flywheel is 1 point. Requires create or above. It said something about that in the create mod, didn't it? You can find the protected. This version of create runs on Run 94. Or you can find a protected version of the fair. No longer has to be installed separately. Oh. So I could fix that, but okay. Okay, that won't work. Versions. Oh, okay. So we can do that by doing. Flywheel is 1.2. Currently, flywheel is 1.2. Price create above and below 0.5. Oh, okay. I'm reading this right. Okay, so if we did, where is that one? Where's ore excavation? I think I just trolled past it. It was create excavation, create addition, create big cannons, ore excavation. This one. So we gotta look at the log. Change log. I don't know the X-rays. You're trying to fix error code. Latest version. So it closes. Ah, okay. Update. So that fixes the ore excavation and then the create additions one, which is this one. So that should fix it. Unless the other ones don't like that. But it should be okay. Because I didn't throw an error. Oh, my little girl. I don't really want to listen to this song. I'm determined to make it work, guys. Don't worry. Why are you being a bitch? Don't be a bitch. Okay, I'll let that go. It'll crash again. Flywheel light volume create. But it shouldn't need that anymore, right? Replace 2 enchantments, get max level patching, fishing hook. Interesting. Errors. Info. It should be fine. I don't understand why it's crashing. Scan. Okay. Now 1 second. While I message IT. Cause I feel like it'll work. I can't read Minecraft logs. That's my only issue is I can't read. Create a new version might make some previous add-ons broken. That's fine. I just kind of want to know what it was. Because I think if I filter to errors... I can't spell. It's just like if it was the mod error, I feel like it would say like, hey, this mod won't load correctly. At least that's what I'm expecting. That's nice enough work done. I think I'd rather hold until I wanna feel a thing anymore. Pay for the things that I want. On the floor. Hail Mary, forgive me. Ugh. Is my blanket off? Why is my blanket not that warm? What the heck? No, my blanket is on. It's just not that warm. Think about it while I do. I don't wanna feel a thing anymore. Thinking for the things that I want. I'm sleeping like a dog on the floor. I'm like a king someday. To the wall. Oh. Oh. I made an oopsie in here, fuck. I do that. Right there.
What are you trying to do?
Hello, I am trying. I updated create mod.
Mm-hmm.
So I updated that to the latest one, and then it was like, oh, these two need this like dependency, the flywheel.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the latest version of create, it was like, oh, we don't need that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I updated the two dependencies, and now it's like crashing. So like logs. I don't know, because like you can filter it down with like errors, info, and warnings.
But one of the errors that you showed me should be causing a crash.
Yeah, it's just like loading, and I stop touching it, and then it like breaks. Yeah, see, game crashed unexpectedly.
Okay, yeah, because the error was up here somewhere.
The red error?
Yeah.
You can filter it into errors. Yeah. But that's like what I sent you before. Hamster.
Yeah, those shouldn't be. Those shouldn't be causing a lethal crash, that's for sure. And if they do, then...
Thank you for the headpet, Rainer.
Let's see. Yeah, the fact that it kept going indicates that that wasn't actually the problem. So...
Pixels that you I hear? No, that is Sim. That is Sim, our IT guy. My other mod. Our elusive shadow mod.
Yeah, that looks like something causing like a silent crash, meaning that it doesn't have like it won't display an error. So what was it doing most recently? So it was working with Aether, the Lost Aether mod most recently, but it may not have told you which mod it was working on before it crashed. So this was a situation where you're going to want to start like disabling mods until it works and then starting it until it stops working. I'd start with, since you're messing with create,
because I updated the create mod.
Yeah, so I'd start with disabling the create and its dependencies and see if it'll launch with that, and then just turn on the base create by itself, and then turn on the add-ons like one at a time until you figure out which one's causing it. Especially with the smaller create mods, if they're not done properly, they can cause silent crashes like that. But yeah, there was nothing in the log that indicates which thing is the problem.
Okay.
But yeah, you can. I'm gonna have to go back to work, but you can let me know if
Okay.
it keeps happening.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God I remember. No, that was my roommate and IT guy and well, Minecraft IT guy. Where's Creo? Where's Creo? Okay. Well, we can fix that in the background while I debunk what I did here. Are you gonna search when the mods were updated? If they were updated after the new create mod, then they'll work. If they're auto, they will not work. Thank you, voice that fixes create. Thank you. Yeah, no, Sim's like a super, like, they went to school for coding and stuff, so they know the nitty and gritty that I don't understand. How you look in stripy socks? How am I supposed to know that? That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll fix this up. Okay, but it's like activating with that, so it's not crashing. So I'm presuming that it's gonna be fine if I do that. So let's do create by itself. Okay, I gotta get more water, so I'll be 2 seconds while this loads. Alright, gamers. Oh god! That seems like a problem that relaunching would fix. Okay. That looks like a problem that, relaunching might, you know, fix that. And if it doesn't, maybe those are mods we'd have to update as well then, maybe? My leg is not getting that warm. I don't know why. All right. Okay, and then this part needs to go like here. Well, no. Okay. What is this text for? Oh, that's for the logo, right? Oh, okay, because amendments uses flywheel. Another furniture mod and Ad Astra. Okay. I'm presuming that's because they are the most compatible. Ad Astra. Another furniture. And then amendments. Does this need framework? I guess we'll find out. Cool. That's looking good. Let's apply that. And let's remove this. One. Move like a gun. Alright, then I can get an adjustment code and spray it down. Wahoo! Okay, save. And then I'm gonna add track for socials. I think Blue Sky. Hi, Kiwi! Hi! Wait, did I have a thing? Amendments. I just updated amendments. Oh, it's probably because of framework. Hi, Moira. Hi, baby. Hi. Zoom these out. We can put this guy over here. Weep that off. Camera shake, wrong one. Apply. I want the plugins on. Apply. And then I want video to distance. Use the quote. Yeah. Oh, it's the Moonlight one. I'm stupid. Did I add framework? Moonlight live update. Kill instance. I need music. Latest. Then I fucked the Reaper and I knew my time was coming, can't you see? Where are the ears? The Reaper, and I knew my time was coming, can't you see? 12 hours, I'll die. Anything for $20, I'd sell my sour soul. Ah. Okay. I made a bit of an oopsie there, but that's alright. I have to change these. Anything for $20 like that. Yeah, that was my bad. I crashed it. Hanging on. I this island. I will escape on. And in the waves below, turn the altar who fixes up the game. I'm getting fucking tired. Movies in my eyes are bursting. If I'd have died, would that be the worst thing? Yeah, I thought that was my savior, so I'm finishing up the worker. There's like 6 of us in the office right now. Is that a lot or not a lot? Chamber, you make me do too much labor. Do this mistake. Not gonna try. The reason my eyes are bursting. What version do we have on the server? There's a 7.7 installed. Labor. Much labor all day, every day. Therapist, mother me. To attend him so that he never lives. Thank you, the hep hats. Baby machine, making live his bigger friends' dreams. Okay. All right. One is positive. Ow, 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 my brain. I crashed again. Expanded combat. Is expanded mod pack the one that needed framework? No. There's Moonlight. What's it called? Moonlight 1.20.13.25 1.13 25. Oh my gosh. Not really. Range. Guys are set on their stream and socials. chest. You forget your engravings. Woo! One done. Alright. Number 2. Video editing. Okay. Fix that. Okay, earring. I downloaded more dedicated web. Yippee! Void mechanism, like API platform, plat helper. Fuck! Okay, so we do need to update Moonlight, and then expanded combat, I believe, is also needed to be fixed on that. Kill the instance. Play. Go back to our updater. Moonlight live. And expanded combat. Thank you for that, Pat. Hold on, I'm gonna put my cat.
Hi, Lyra. Hi, baby. Your blankie nice and warm. Your blankie nice and warm. Yeah, your blankie nice and warm, my big girl. You have to clean yourself right as I get over here, huh? I love you. I love you.
Okay, I'm good now. I just had to pet my cat. Hi, Cannibal. Welcome on in. Have you made ice cream yet? I have. I've made a multitude of milkshakes and ice creams. A lot having to do with vanilla, peanut butter, chocolate, and bananas. They're all very good. If I could, I would make one right now, but I don't want to. The only downside of it is, like, because the blades aren't sharp like a blender, you have to, like, put stuff in ahead of time. So you have to freeze it, and then it kind of shaves it, and it turns it into like a almost like a snow cone. Yeah. You did what to the peanut? I blended it. I shaved it. I shaved the nut. Okay. She jorked it. I jorked the peanut. I jorked the peanut while I'm trying to figure out. Little peanut bubbers. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Focus at 25, but I think that's okay. Boop. Oh fuck. Then crop the bottom. So it turns out the closest doctor I can go to for my new meds is an hour away. Trying to see if online... I hope online is an option for you. Online makes life so much easier for me. And I just wish I could stay online, but my healthcare doesn't like it. This is a sex message live stream I'm watching right now. Well, look, if you're wacky, people don't normally say that because that's not normally Twitch norms. Hey, it's a duo, yeah. Chronically Online has a new meaning, I know, right? Actually, like this one. This one. And they were roommates. Dirty stinking face. Base. Okay, and then here. Let's say here. Bottom center 0.73. See. That's weird. Is that normally how it is? Okay, well, I'm lazy to fix it, so... Oops. Okay. Where's my SpongeBob gif? Looking for affection on the wrong places. Keep running. Fly. Actually, let me just do this 23. Oh, And then this. Should we do like 400? And remove the beginning. Even the cheek pad. Squisho mode, okay. We got but the screen's in my face. But my brain. Actually, no, we need the beginning. Frick. Okay. Now we have that, and now we can have this. Change speed. Oops. The rest of the ride is all yours. Dude, oh my god, I'm about to rant because like fucking I was talking to my friend Body and I was like, dude, you should play Schedule 1 with me. We could have a drug empire. And then he was like, yeah, sure, whatever, dog. It's fucking yeah, whatever. And like disregarding me because it's another game, right? It's another game to buy. And he just messaged me right now saying, yo, bro, you right, Schedule 1 is fun. This fucking bitch. I was like, you bitch, I told you we have to have an empire, you bitch, you stinky, dirty bitch. This is what he gets for not listening to me. Had it up to here. I've had it up to here. Up to here, I say. How many people are in your drug empire? Well, technically, in Boffy's empire, it's me and Rhino. But like, if we get a Body to play, we'd have 4 people. We'd have more. No, you did not. I was waiting for you to get off of work for them. Okay. No, you get to know when you get to show when you. I feel the autistic love. Yippee! A funny thing, my friend just DM'd me. I said, like, we could play Friday if you're down, this weekend if you're down. And I saw I feel the autistic love, and they sent me, all the messages, man, they're just aligning with the autism. happy for me. Okay, right here, I'd like to zoom back in a bit. Thank you for the head pap, birthday. I know my head paps are a lot nicer in this form. Oh, wait, guys, wait. Yeah, there we go. Under 40%, guys. Apply. Oh, fuck. And here is where I wanted the 1.31. Apply. Embrace the peer-reviewed autism. Yippee! Let me... I actually really want to fix this hat. Well, let me fix it. I think I know why it's broken. I know, it's silly, and it's great that it's so big, but I'd also like a normal hat. Hi, Momo Bean. You've come to take my blanket, I see. Where is it? It's hat imports. Hats. Hold on, I have to reorganize this folder. Maybe. That's an outfit. Boom boy, boom boy. Okay, hat import. Not your toy. Autism, metism, wetisms. Oh. Not your toy. Not your toy. Okay. This one should be correct. Not your toy. Oh, I see what happened. There we go. There we go. Alright, that worked. Cool. We turned create off. Okay. So everything works good in the current list of things. So let me go back to the create mod. Create mod is the only thing that is different now. This is 6.0. Let me see the versions. Donna, creeper crawler. 0.4 on the flywheel. Flywheel at 0.5.1 is no longer. Oh! You're too clever, Kiwi. Hopefully that was, yeah, it was a lot. Okay, maybe let's try this one. Like 6.01. Please come on over and ruin my life. And on the edge of a knife. La da 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 da. Wearing nothing but your perfume. I love you. Uterism, menstrualism, and wetism. I was saying utism, metism, and wetism. That's what I was saying. I can't weed widowy. What do we guys? Weeding is hard. What are we even talking about? I don't know anymore. I'm enjoying the VTuber. With the way up. It's on the edge of a knife. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Okay, let's see how this goes. Thank you for the boobies. The boobies. I think the movement arc here is supposed to happen. It's like it's supposed to happen here. I think you act more like a little guy at Squish Show. Oh, I do. Yeah, I mean, that's little guy energy, right? When you request a song, does it stay on your playlist? It stays in the queue. But technically all the songs that you guys request goes into a playlist. I made it so it goes into a playlist. Where is it? Here. So a lot of these are like songs you guys have requested. Also, I just really like the song. It will affect automatic recommends, yeah. But it's okay, because a lot of you guys like a lot of good music, so. This version creates and install one of these loaders for adding a crate game. Alternatively, you can find ported fabric here as was there for 5 additional separately. I don't understand why it's breaking. Decoration delight, Mosby bonds. It keeps saying things about flywheel, so maybe I should just download it. Maybe that's the problem. Hold on. Hi, Shy. How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Flywheel. Download it. That's fine. So tired. Well, I hope you're able to get a nap. I hope we're able to get a nap. Location. In the cage. Not on my range. I'm still just a rat in the cage. Okay. Now let's try it. Because now we have flywheel, which even though it is not necessary for Crate to have flywheel anymore, I'm presuming that other mods need flywheel, and that's why it's breaking. I'll find out though. .0 or above and below 2, but it's at 0.68. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? What a this made history download. Cancel flywheel. We're not developing a flywheel. Still active. You can follow the project on Discord or on GitHub. So I don't like GitHub because I don't know how to read it. I don't know how to read it. I don't know how to read it. How do I download it? Bro. It's made by main files, Forge my loader, API loader, license MIT. Most projects may be tool for models, but not worry about performance. It's anything for the developers. Check the Maven. Oh. This one? So confused. I'm so confused. Open folder. Mod sort by date modified. Flywheel Forge 1.19. 1.19.06. 1.19.06. Oh, wait, what was it? It was a jar? Just a jar? This one? Save? Close? Okay, now that should work. Now this should work. Because my brain is so big. Write that down. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. La la la. La 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 la. La la. Oops.
Really? Really? You have your own little warm blanket, but you choose mothers?
Nerd. Unless yours isn't on. But I doubt it. Yours is still on. Rat think. Rat think. It crashed again. Fuck. Why? Why have you crashed? Cowardly refusing to send a vid to Flyroom API into a broken mod state. Thank you for the lurk, Gino. Okay, hold on. Content. Versions. I think this is the one we had. So let me try running this one. Thank you for the wellness check.
Oop, I have to fart.
I was drinking water. I was drinking water.
Pet that dog? No, he's sleeping.
Pet the dog. I am already in squisho mode, my guy. Poor bro. You unfortunately lost them pointies. That's not a small amount of points either. I'm already in squisho mode. You can't change me out of it. I'm already in it. Oh, baby mode, okay. Oh, something loaded. Another virgin mod creates 6.0 above. Mod crate flywheel needs point. The flywheel is 1.0. Okay, so it does load. But if I go to version 6.0, boy man, big noise making on the street. Big man, someday you got blood on your face. Disgrace. Do we have an uwu in here? We don't. Crap. There you go. That's the one I want. We will rock you. Let's see this one. Where's my Is that plink a noise? Plink? Plink noise. SpongeBob step. Getting all the models today. Yup. I have to go to the bathroom. Hurry.
You put the weed in the coconut and light that shit up. You put the weed in the coconut and you light that shit up.
Buddy, you're a young man, hard man shouting in the street, gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, you big disgrace, waving your banner all over the place.
Wow, good job, BLT. That was really good. Wow, I didn't know you knew the lyrics to this song. Or that song, technically. Jesus. Like I just learned that with it was Banner, not Bladder. I Jesus, take the wheel. Dude, I have to go to the bathroom so bad. Ah! Okay, hold on. I have to not listen to the music for a second. And then I think I have that one. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I don't have that one. Write that down. Download, save. Minecraft crashed again. Cool. Okay. I have to take a quick, but you're so cute, you're cute. I have to take a quick bathroom break. I'm doing okay. Well, I hope you feel better soon. I know you're sicky. Be sure to get plenty of orange juice in yourself. I'm gonna be right back because I need to go take a bathroom break really quick. Excuse me, why is Freddy Mercury pissing? Gonna go shower, have a good shower. Have a good shower. I'm trying to figure out why this mod isn't working. Because this doesn't matter. Create arm point was empty after loading. Create fan processing type was empty after loading. It's empty, 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 empty. Chisels and bits. Ecologies. Shut up. Lockjaw. Decoration delight? How does that matter? Try this. I just realized I'm saying the T-Pose guy from Gmod. I should have said T-Pose guy from Roblox. Oh well. Lockjaw. Error loading mods create deco. Has failed to load correctly. Java link. Simi Bubby. What? What changed? I'm presuming. Shut up. Okay. I mean, at least it like launched most of the way, so maybe that was a problem. That something needed create deco, and it was like, no. Oh, I love this song. Hold on. I don't normally wear both of my ear headphones on, but I got it for this song. You know what? We're trying it. Today, we're trying something that I don't normally do. You know, we're trying to move past the trauma of it. I'm wearing both headphones. I don't normally. Sun, won't you come? It's like I can't hear my own voice as well, which I don't super like. I had to give up. Won't you come? I just don't think I can do it. Hi, Buffy. Good morning. Good morning. How did you sleep? Why am I on schedule 1 right now? I was playing Fortnite. Okay. I've recruited another man for our empire, Buffy. I got a body in it. I guess, okay, so I'll be honest, this entire time when I was like, Buffy, body, man, that's such a hard thing, like, how am I gonna be able to help, like, distinct? I guess I'm gonna have to start calling you Mark. I guess there's no way around it. I guess I'm gonna have to start calling you Mark. Weird. What, do you think it's weird that I start calling you Mark? Look, I promise I won't make the, oh, hi, Mark joke. Or I could just do Boofers. I could just call you Boofy. Boofy versus Body is a bit different. So I do call you Boofy. Or, I guess maybe it's the Y as well, so I could call you Boofers. Boofers? I could call you a Boof Pack. Oh, sun, won't you come? Wash away the pain. Oh, sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Sun, won't you come? Wash away. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Here. You. Isn't it all yours to control? Guys, something I haven't talked about yet. We get to play South of Midnight tonight. South of Midnight. It's a new game. Came out recently. Very excited to play it. Gesture. I crashed again. Fuck. View logs, errors. Mod mixing into a video. I'm interested. Slow the video and does not. Such mods are installed. What the fuck? Chisholm Bridge Forge create comeback? New PCJ, my current search is not working. I've been trying to avoid being on my PC too long. That's valid. You got a stool? You can do a stool. Tuck tape ceiling bed comfort. That's crazy. It is this one. Good drug. I'd like to get an account on this thing. There's actually some accounts that actually make some pretty good music on here, so follow. Like this. I know you can't hear it, but you don't need to hear it. It's just general background music. Man, that bothers me so much. I like freeze right here. Okay, there's a little bit of a pop, but I think it's okay. I think, okay. Okay, crashed again. Errors. Why? Okay, so it's not the chits and bits. Okay, so it's something with the create mod that is like not liking 6.0. And so we'll just keep trying the newer version until the newer versions work. And if none of the newer versions work, then unfortunately we won't be able to use the newer version on the server. But I'm like hoping it's like there was a bug in one of the versions, so if you keep updating to a different version, it'll be fine, but we'll have to see. I think I use these images. I do. When you're out of time in my mind, sometimes I look in her eyes, and that's where I find a glimpse of us. I'll try to over her time. The way it This one. The way I did. This is a part of your story. One that I could never live. Maybe one day I feel lonely. Maybe you'll start to be sorry. Find me again when you're out of sight in my mind. Sometimes I walk in her eyes. That's where I find it. I'm trying to fall for her touch. I'm thinking of the way it was. And I'm fine, said I moved on. Only hear us and I'm in her arms. And I'll find a glimpse of us. Okay, this is a super easy video for me to edit. Yeah, dog. 78, I think it's like 181. I think. Said I moved on. It's 131. Fine. I never recorded myself being excited about something. Fuck. Damn it. I'll use this clip. Hi, Gabo. Welcome on in. Thank you for the vibes. I just thought of something. Oh my god, I just thought of something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Daily vibe check. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I just thought of something. I just thought of something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. So instead of a check-in, we have a daily vibe check. Only a certain amount of people can do a daily vibe check. Because people were like, oh, I want first. I want like the first thing. I want to be first. But no. We have a daily vibe check that only 5 people a day can redeem.
Father, help!
Ah! Why? Why have I been yeeted? I don't know where I am. I've to reload. I have to reload
Okay,
the
I like
model.
it, Picasso.
Because then we don't have to have the competition. What if the vibe check also has a timer on it? It can. It could. Where the fuck am I? I have to reload the mod. I have to reload the mod. I don't know where I am. There you go. Okay. So only 5 people can get it, but they can't use it up in the first 5 minutes. Oh, that would make sense. It could have like a, I would say like a 30-minute cooldown. A 30-minute cooldown wouldn't be too bad, I think. So then like, maybe some people like just aren't like really paying attention and like they're like, or like they pop in later in the day and they see they have a vibe, there's a vibe check available and they're like, I guess I can get my vibe checked. Vibe check. Where is it? Where's the thing? You should also have Frosty Tools. I wish I could, but I don't think they do that. Frosty Tools is a very like, it's a cool tool, but I think if there is something like that, it's probably not free. Whose vibe is getting checked? The person that redeemed it. So then it would be like get username and then let's paste. Oops. I want copy. Okay. Okay. Paste. Why is it not connecting? It's always nice to see you. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Hold on. Okay. Maybe it's in the smart chatbot features? Full scope shout out, warm welcomes. While enabled, whenever someone follows, a unique welcome message will show in chat. This warm welcome will often use the elements of the user's name and your stream. Warm welcomes are designed to ignore names. Note, warm welcomes is designed to ignore names that are intentionally offensive. Create first impression to the new followers. Every custom welcome be straight will refill and all our to join the community. We could try this one. This one's a bit different though. I believe shows you Fuzzy and it pops a thing into chat whenever ad rolls. I have that, but a bit different. I have that for StreamerBot. My StreamerBot does my ad stuff. Though, I just realized instead of using StreamerBot, because that's the only thing I really use StreamerBot for, I could maybe use Sammy. Wait, can I do that? Hold on, if I can, I would just do everything in Sammy if I could. Because Sammy is such a powerful tool. Create button. Twitch. Send chat message. What about add? Hold on, Twitch Sammy Fisher announcement. Add. Add. Was it search event on execute? Okay, what about like so event? Send chat message. By the way, Elaine. Yes. Sammy. Chat message when ad. Which ad plays? Make a sound. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Trigger button when you get a new. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Thank you for the cheek pat. How long are my ad breaks? I didn't know it could do this. Really? I don't have any ads playing right now. I just played that to test it. How long are my ads? I think my ads are like 3 minutes? Yeah, no, I was just testing it. Ads. I think it's like 3 minutes. It's like 1 minute, 1 minute ad everything. Yeah. I think so. Why? So they happen less often. So instead of like if I had 1 minute ads, it happened. Oh, run a 1 minute ad every 30 seconds? Every 60 minutes? Can I do that? Point for every 6 minutes. So if I did, could I do a 1 minute ad every 60 seconds? Say 60 minutes. Hold on, I gotta do research. Because I have to balance it because, as a Twitch streamer, I need to make money, but 3 minutes is typically good so people can get up and get a break. If you run more ads, it disables pre-rolls. I think I already have it. Oh, yeah. So pre-roll ads are only partially, but if I did it for 3 minutes, it's fully disabled. Okay, that's why. Because the minimum for pre-roll kills growth. Yeah, so we're doing it 3 minutes. 3 minutes is how many milliseconds? 3 minutes, 2 ms. So they do with you making money. It's about Twitch making money. Okay, well, I'm saying. Delay. Wait. The delay? I know it's copy paste, and it should be this. What are pre-rolls? So when you join a stream and it automatically has an ad in the beginning, those are pre-roll ads, I'm pretty sure. So like before you can like even talk in the chat, there's usually like some ads. Those are pre-roll ads. And I don't like those. I don't like it when someone pops into my stream and they can't talk to me right away. Yeah, I don't like those. Personally, if I want to jump into a stream, I want to be able to talk to the person right away, and that's mostly how it is for a lot of people. And then if they like and stay, they'll probably be more patient to watch the ad. Yeah. It's an extreme killer when it comes to raids. Yeah. So, like, especially when you, like, get raided into someone and there's an ad, those are pre-roll ads. And those will decimate your viewership. Because people aren't patient, which makes sense. Don't have the patience to watch ads on streams they don't even know, especially streamers they don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna try this, because if this works, then I don't need StreamerBot. So hopefully that works, and the way it sounds now. Lost it hurts. So what does this do? Okay. Yeah, I don't get enough I don't get that many followers at a rapid amount, so I think having warm welcomes would be cool. Click enable. Well, oh, this is a benefactor only. Buffy, would you mind showing me the person that has the vibe check thing? Actually, I could look it up. Twitch. Sounds like a lot of stuff, so here's my idea I'm hearing. Let's just with the demons. Take a break. Okay. Okay. We gotta watch TikToks anyway. Honey, sleep, and TikTok time. We're gonna start with Sim sent us one, but I don't know if you guys will find it funny because it's about oh, bookmark. You can, oh, that's so smart. You could go, oh, yeah, you could reply to the, oh, okay, so we stopped at April 1st. That means, could we catch up? We can finish, it depends how many were sent on April 1st. Let me see. April 1st, 1, 2. Yeah, that's a good amount for April 1st, so we'll do a bookmark. Bookmark. You're so smart, dude. Okay, cool. So bookmark on April 2nd, so we know where to stop. Okay. So we'll start with April 1st, and then we'll watch Buffy's after. Let me turn on the browser noise. Alright, there you go. I see. Wait, no, I went too far. This
Doing
one.
random drug testing today. The only one I won't try is crack. What? Yeah, if we're just gonna test random ones, I mean, I can tell the purity on a lot of.
I wish I gave him a
but
little bit more of a gremlin voice.
Mess with crack again.
I won't mess crack
No,
again.
we're gonna test to see if you've done them. What? You've done crack? Absolutely not. That would be unprofessional. Or something.
I wish I gave him a little more, the only one I won't try is crack. I like crack. You know, because he looks so gremlin-y.
Stupid. We should just let the spiders get married. I think arachnophobia is stupid. We should just let the spiders get married.
Damn, I would like to have them.
Are you getting the creative voice? They were reusing someone else's TikTok. They are?
We're doing random
Oh.
drug testing today. The
Oh, it's
only
this
one I won't
guy.
try is crack. What? Yeah, if we're just gonna test random ones.
Okay, no, that's valid. That's valid then that he didn't do, a different voice, because I thought if it was the same... Because if it's the same looking guy, that makes sense. In the context of the video, the original video, that makes a lot more sense. Less critiquing. Alright, what's this one?
Damn, I would like to have that motivation.
I'm gonna shit. I'm gonna shit. I'm gonna shit.
Manifesting hella bread for you, bro. Maybe even a Latina. Damn, that's crazy.
Big news for word nerds. The Oxford English Dictionary just added a word to describe overwhelming cuteness. Let me explain. The Oxford English Dictionary, which had its first edition in 1884, is a guide to the meaning, history, and usage of over 500,000 words. 4 times a year, the OED adds new words and revises existing entries. These new words must be backed up by evidence of multiple instances of them being used in writing from different sources before even being considered for inclusion in the dictionary. Dictionary. Editors consider thousands of suggestions for new words each year. Sometimes words come from different languages and are what they call untranslatable words. For people who speak English alongside other languages, there's an easy way to fill such a lexical gap, simply borrowing the untranslatable word from another language. OED said on their website's blog, gigil is one of these words. It comes from the Philippines' Tagalog language. The definition, an intense feeling caused by anger, eagerness, or the pleasure of seeing someone or something cute or adorable, typically physically manifested by the tight clenching of hands, gritting of teeth, trembling of the body, or the pinching or squeezing of the person or thing causing this emotion.
Cuteness aggression.
Noun, for example, the giggle for Mudang is very real, or as an adjective, I feel so giggle for the new baby orca that was just born. What do you think of giggle? Let us know in the comments.
I feel like the word could be cuter, but I will try to use giggle from now on instead of cuteness aggression because it's so much longer. I would be innocent, thank you. Orb. Hi, baby. Ow! My ear. He was so excited. Ow!
Excuse me. Did she?
Mood.
I'm not gonna say it.
Please say it.
No one is going to do it.
It would be so cool.
No.
Minions, tonight we steal the moon!
I'm not gonna say it.
Shut the fuck up.
Guys, I could just never imagine shaving my cat. I mean, like... Guys,
Me more cowboy than you.
You really think
I love that.
all the guards at the hex gates?
I want one of these so bad, dude.
Sorry to say.
When Pixels feel better, I'm gonna ask him to make me one.
Listen, while you were gone, I saw someone. Kate. I don't fucking care. You really think I needed...
Everybody's always talking about chasing your dreams. Have you thought about why?
Could you turn it up for us a little bit? Yeah, that one was a little bit quiet. It was a sex scene, so.
I needed all the guards at the hex gates. Sorry to say, you've grown a bit predictable.
The next ones will be louder.
Listen,
They're making now.
gone, I saw someone. Kate. I don't fucking care.
Everybody's always talking about chasing your dreams. Have you thought about why your dreams are running away from you? Have you ever thought about that? What did you do to your dreams, you sick fuck? Everybody's always talking about...
It's not me, it's the government.
Sorry, what the fuck?
Fuck you.
What the fuck?
Fuck you.
Please send me that TikTok.
I love you too.
Which one? This one?
How was your day?
Or the one before?
Don't touch me.
Sorry.
Thank you.
The birds? Okay, I got you.
I love you. Are you doing anything fun tonight? You farted? What? Okay, well that's kind of gross.
Hey, chicken wing.
I love that. Hey, chicken wings. The fuck? That's so cute. Thank you, Granny. Thank you. Thank you. Some species of butterfly eat rotten fruit. Oh shit, this is fucking cool! Okay.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
Okay, alright, alright, alright.
Drink water.
Alright. Boobs. Can I repost this? I can't see the repost button on PC.
I like a tall woman with a nice big ass.
I like a tall woman with a nice big ass.
I like a tall woman with a nice big ass.
I like a tall.
Fun fact, the video game that I worked on, Blacktop Hoops, one of the main voice actors was this guy. He actually voice acted in the game I worked on.
Woman with a nice big ass. Believe it.
Thank you for the wellness check. I'll drink more water.
I like a tall woman with a nice big ass.
I like a tall woman with a nice.
Oh my god, look, a Cybertruck.
Oh! Oh my god, look at Cybertruck! That's fucking amazing. Also, let me fix the timer thing. And then we need to make a soundboard. Okay, hold on. I gotta do a quick checklist for today. We gotta do a vibe check. We gotta do soundboard. Fix Minecraft might go into tonight because I need to talk to my roommate, the IT guy, Sim, about it. And then play South of Midnight episode 1. It's not really an episode 1, it's just first time playing it. So okay, save. These are manual triggers, I think. Auto baby mode RP. Oh, I had to change that too. Auto change model, because that would save my lifetime. I think it's in here. Break. Example changing model, raid message, milkgg, enshrined model credits. It might be in the milk club one. Take a break, yeah. I need to turn off. Turn on. Let's see, it should say it now. Timer, break timer. 195, the mini. Turn off. It's this one. Save, okay. That should fix that. Okay, back to the TikToks. Okay. It does kind of look like a Cybertruck though. But I bet it's built better. It won't rust in the rain because it's an outdoor trash can. Bro, what if they just snapped their necks? That would have been so unfortunate. Oh god. Oh my god! Oh my god! Kiwi, thank you for the biddies! Oh my god, it's Jake the dog! Oh my god, hi! Hi! Hi, Jake the dog! Oh, I have to make that Jake the dog model too. We'll work on that. We'll work on that probably tomorrow. Maybe a little bit with boofers. Hi, Jake! Hi! He's gonna be there forever. I hope he stays there forever.
Oh my god.
Oh, I wanted to kiss him. Mwah! Oh, they're cuddling. They cuddling. I actually used to work at a zoo. I volunteered at a zoo when I was younger because I wanted to be a vet. And then I thought I wanted to work at a zoo. Bye, Jake. Oh, god damn. He's like, what the fuck? Yo, what a queen. Oh, hello. Baby. Fun fact, giraffes have the same number of bones in their neck as humans. No way! Oh, fuck. What do you mean? They're just big. They're just big then, huh? They're just big. That I guess that kind of makes sense.
No, not at all.
And long? Hold on. Giraffe spine? Hold on. Oh, yeah, they're just a lot longer. Yeah, they're a lot longer than ours. That's creepy.
Cool.
Bones the long way. Wait,
Would
what the
it be
fuck?
weird if I asked you out?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool, because we've been close for 20 minutes now.
Oh.
Oh, ha! Oh, that's so sad. Oh, bro, I love his little energy. This is why I love pugs.
Dad,
I'd love to.
You did not just send me a DM, and all it says is 4'11".
I am not 4'11". I am 5'2", and a half
Mood.
face, butt face.
Dad, you did not.
Wait. Hi. twins. Yippee.
So the biggest difference between like a microwave like this one and then an air fryer is like if you put a hamster in a microwave, it will explode. But if you put it in an air fryer, and that's like the big difference, it sort of just like it doesn't explode. It like just like sort of like fucking crumples into like a big piece of just like charred fucking shit.
A piece of charred fucking shit is crazy.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
No, I just wanted to know if this had a popcorn setting.
Oh, I'm gonna have to ask John about that. My manager, I don't know. So the biggest difference between like a microwave like this one?
I'm sick of having sperm cramps. I cannot tell. I need to Google that too, actually. Is sperm cramps real? It's real! Dude!
What?
I thought you guys were joking! The cramps are
I need an
awful.
explanation.
It's coming in the testicle groin. What? Dude, no way! I thought you guys were just joking the whole time. That you were like making fun of like women's fucking cramps. I thought you guys are being incels.
Elena's 4'11". I'm 5'2.5". Sperm cramps are the painful sensation that can occur after ejaculation. I don't like how much you know about that, V.
I'm sick of having sperm cramps. I cannot tell.
Blue balls is sperm cramps? Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, is that just blue balls?
Because is nothing safe anymore. I talked about this anime last month, and apparently I need to watch House, because everyone was saying that this is House reincarnated as an anime girl. Anyways, it's like a medical mystery type of show. Y'all know me. If there's a mystery involved, I will...
Is there a cynical? Are they singing?
A doctor who works in investigative pathology goes to solve the mystery cases at her hospital. One case was a dead
Like
body
her,
and the man's blood
her
was bleeding
bangs.
blue. There's another mysterious case of all these people internally combusting into flames. It's interesting,
Sorry.
it's relatively calm, and so it's become my dinner time television, right? Like, I'm eating a meal, I need something to watch, I watch this. And then episode 9 happened. TLDR, young boy with terminal cancer, okay? I was in the link click department of crying.
Over my weekly Costco meatloaf.
Now, it's a 2-episode story, okay? It starts on episode 8, so I know what you're thinking. If you started with episode 8, why did you keep watching to episode 9? The story was just so good, okay? It's not my fault. I discovered 7 episodes in that there is an English dub for this show, which I'm actually surprised because I didn't think it was that popular. But if you have the chance, honestly,
valid.
watch the dub. The dub voice acting for
But
this
the thing I like about House is the outrageousness of it and how fucked up House is, though, you know?
If you have a cute little gay person in your life, I've got a message for him.
Okay.
Hey cutie, you're a cute little gay, and I like that.
Cute little
If
gay.
you have a
I
cute little
like
gay
that. I
person
should
in
send
your
that to my friend Body. Because he does not like it when I call him gay. The cat was like, what the fuck? He is not happy about it. He's like, Dad, how could they do this to me? That was my water. Now it's been tainted. Oh my god, I love this. Someone did like an audio edit to this and I loved it so much. Michael! Oh my god. Michael's outside. That's so funny.
A Jack's Creek steak, a ribeye, or a Scotch fillet in the dishwasher.
No! This is like the woman that made meatloaf in her dishwasher, bro. That's gross as
I wanted
fuck.
to fucking debunk this myth. Anyway, when I pulled this thing out, it was coast to coast, 50 degrees rare the whole way through.
Okay, I just want to point out though that you cooked it with dishes too.
She loved it. I'm glad. If there's any more you will ever, if there's any ones that you see that you enjoy, just let me know. I can happily send them over.
Traded the bag.
But you had some dirty dishes in there.
Yeah.
Okay, but it was in a bag, so it's protected.
Yeah, through. Then I rested it for about 20 minutes, so I cut it out of the plastic to stop it cooking any further.
So it looks like a prime rib there.
It does, doesn't it? When they do the prime
Dude, I don't know how I want to have my hair right now, and it's frustrating me.
seasoned it with some salt, pepper, and some mojo. Got the pan screaming.
Some
hot with butter and
mojo.
rosemary, and I've just seared this thing like 90 seconds aside just to get
Like 90 seconds. I'm gonna get my Australian accent down, guys.
to work, and it was unreal. Even the fat was was so
was unreal.
perfectly rendered, like that knuckle of fat that runs through the middle of the scotch. It was butter.
Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up for this because this is your big reveal.
This is the reveal. I haven't probed this at all. I'm just hoping that I've nailed it. I've got the glove on the wrong hand. But that was a win. My wife and my eldest daughter absolutely towed up this feed.
Fucking good, don't you?
In my Sunday best.
That's crazy that he sous vide the steak in his dishwasher and it came out pretty good. That's crazy.
Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Over here.
Me. Hi.
No, not over here. Over here. Come here. Finally, you're here. Come here. Come closer.
I'm about to get murdered, aren't I?
Closer still. Come on. I'm not gonna bite you, I promise. Okay. Now that I have you here, I have something very important to tell you. Are you ready? I've been meaning to get a hold of you for your car's extended warranty. Hey.
I
played Blue Eyes
My ear hole.
White Dragon.
I play your brother.
Seto, what's going on?
And I fuse him with Karibo.
Big brother, what's going on?
Ew.
What the fuck, Yugi?
What the fuck, Yugi?
Marijuana is bad.
Remember, kids, marijuana is bad is crazy. How far are we? I don't want to overindulge. Wait, where am I stopping? Oh, we're supposed to stop at the steak one. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now we gotta go back to Boffy's. And where did we stop? We stopped at March 30th, which would means again we're going to stop at April 2nd. So April 1st. Oh, wait. April 1st, March 30th. Wait, where did I stop? Stopped at March 30th. I think Bobby sent me a lot less. I think... Yeah, I think we can just watch all of these. Okay. Yeah, because there's a lot less of these. I would say there's like an equal amount from April 1st to the bottom.
Stop sending me gay stuff. You send me gay...
Dude, that's fucking crazy because of the one that Kiwi sent us earlier. The fucking... Wait, hold on. I gotta do it back to back because it's really funny to me. Oh, wait, where is it? This one.
You have a cute little gay person in your life? I've got a message for him. Hey, cutie. You're a cute little gay. And I like that.
And then fucking this one.
Stop sending me gay stuff. You send me gay videos all the time instead of actually doing gay things with me. That's upsetting.
Upsetting.
Stop sending me...
I love Buffy being my partner in crime. That was so good. How many hit points do you have left? 2. There's a 39 to hit. As a prophecy foretold. Shit is fucked. I love that. Arms wide open.
Free website to cure boredom. Part 41.
I love these.
You know, if you go to this website and hit it, just select the dungeon, then click New Dungeon for a fresh layout. You can even switch up the colors. Design
It's cute and funny, I know, right? I like it.
Or craft an entire aisle. Build a village.
I might have to save this for something. Be friends. That would be Buffy. That boy.
I know.
Oh. Oh, they're so squishy. Oh, I love that Pokemon. No, you're gonna give him brain damage.
I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. Okay?
Okay.
Do you? And if you want me to wander backstage to spill the beans...
I mean, there's really no need for us to do that because...
It's the final question,
these other
right?
two are in the loop, so...
They're in the loop.
They don't have brains to damage. Oh.
Of the loop, it would seem. And if we check my point total here, I don't need to walk to the front because I know what it is. It's a big old goose egg, gang. It's a fat 0. Hello! A little late addition to the numerical symbol chart brought to us from our friends in Arabia. A little bit of trivia that I happen to know about the history of numbers. That kind of little tidbit would serve me well in most trivia games, unless it had been rigged from the beginning.
Whoa, dude.
I've only just begun to pull the thread on this sweater, friends. You would think in a game where there were only two possible correct choices that one would stumble into the right answer every so often, wouldn't you? In fact, the probability of never guessing right in the full game is a statistical...
Brennan was on an actual trivia show. I bet he did great. Yet here we are.
Champion. What do you think that means? Icarus, flying too close to the sun. But it seems Daedalus, our little master crafter over here, had some wax wings of his own, didn't he? Wanted to see his sun fall from the sky. Oh, how close to the sun he flew. Well,
I love how deranged he sounds.
I solved your labyrinth, puzzle master. The Minotaurs escaped, and you're gonna get the horns, buddy.
Okay.
You're gonna get the horns, buddy.
We were in on it, but actually Brennan is the only one in on it, and that was rehearsed.
That was an incredible monologue. Brennan, what is the rule of the game? Can we all say
I cannot win!
That is correct, Brennan!
Those Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Oh.
N and ends in G.
Yes, it does.
Nothing starts
Nag.
with N and ends in G.
Nag.
Yes, there are other words that start with N and end in G.
But nothing starts with N and ends in G.
Yes, there is. There are other words that start with N and end in G.
Nothing starts with N and ends in G.
Just because you keep repeating it doesn't mean it's going to be true. There are tons of words that start with N and end
Nothing
in G. Okay?
starts with N.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm listening.
Nothing
Nothing starts with N.
G.
Yes.
Oh!
It's not true,
Oh! I got it.
Nothing starts with N and ends in G.
A lot of words start with N and end in G. Okay? There's
Nothing.
a lot of them.
Nothing starts with N and ends in G.
It took me a
There
second.
is. There are tons of words that start with N and end in G.
I got it halfway through.
There's a reason that they say that mentally ill people shouldn't have guns, because I'm 99% sure if I had access to a gun, it would call to me the way the ring calls to Gollum, you know? I'd just be here in my apartment like... Talk about being...
I want to see how long it would take. I got halfway through the video before I figured it out.
Pikachu's tail color. And so I guess it is once again my job to inform you all that no, you are not from an alternate universe, you just have a bad memory. Pikachu has always had a black tip on his tail. From his early
The same envious spell, yes, and now add an E to the front of it out of yes, yeah, and its eyes.
They all have a black tip tail. There has only ever been one Pikachu that breaks this rule, and that is of
Is that the
course,
main Pikachu?
famously, Cosplay Pikachu. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, we meet this cosplay Pikachu, who does indeed have a fully yellow tail. But one different Pikachu does not in
Oh, this guy? This guy's live?
And to the
Playing
people who
Minecraft?
leave comments saying they remembered
He kind of looks like my
drawing
roommate without curly hair.
when they were kids. Hey, guess what? Kids draw stuff wrong. You drew it wrong. Pikachu has always had a black tip.
If we aren't supposed to eat ass, then why the fuck is it between two buns? Looks like God opened a damn bakery and left the back door wide fucking open.
That's true. Choose stop healing, choose violent, go bash it, and say do it for the plot. I love it.
Palace, I built it.
He rewrote the furniture.
Fucking snakes are back! Sorry, I got an awful fright. Poor St. Patrick's work has been completely undone. Snake
There's a
found
joke
in
that he
Ireland
looks like
has
15 other white anime TikTokers.
strange whistling serpent.
That's
Why the
valid.
fuck is he whistling in my country? The cheeky little cunt trying to act nonchalant.
The cheeky little cunt.
Like he's trying to avoid small talk at the office printer. This country has enough problems on its hands. The last thing we need is fucking wildlife. We have to listen to all this shite. Oh, conserve wildlife. No, conserve a little bit of wildlife. Most of it can fuck off. Scorpions, what are we doing with them? I don't see anyone fucking riding one to the shop. They're just evil little
I agree.
cunts with a load of legs. Well, there's a 4-leg
I
limit
agree.
in this country. Cows and sheep.
There's a 4-leg limit in this
I
country.
don't want
What about the
Ireland to be like
snake?
Amazon rainforest. You walk outside
But the
your
snake
door
doesn't
and
have
there's
any
a bunch of
legs.
fucking
So it's
earthquakes.
okay.
Follow me, I'm delicious. The fucking snakes!
I love that a whistling serpent on a small island. I'm not saying it's a fake trap, but I'm also not saying it's a fake trap. I love that.
They always said you should think twice.
Oh, I love this. But I don't even think once.
Hiding your disappointment that someone
Excuse me.
didn't get
4-leg maximum, 2-leg minimum. Ah.
You guys survived too. Yeah.
Wait, okay, then what happens?
Drug testing.
Damn. So I guess we're just 3 roommates who survived.
I don't know what that was.
Have to live together.
I like pissed.
Wait, hold on.
Hiding your
Hiding.
disappointment that someone
Oh.
didn't get Thanos snapped.
Hey, you guys survived too.
Yeah. Hey.
Damn. So I guess we're just 3 roommates who survived.
Yay.
Have to live together.
I like pissed my bed thinking I was gonna
I wish.
That's the shit I keep telling you, don't share with us.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought things were different now. Oh.
What, you think just because half of the population disappeared, you can tell us you pissed yourself?
I pissed my bed. I didn't piss myself. There's a difference.
Yourself was in the bed. You pissed yourself.
Literally.
I stood up and I squatted over my bed so it didn't get in my pajamas.
So you pulled your pajamas down and just peed on your bed?
Yes, because
No pee touched your body. Today's so disappointing, but this is the craziest thing.
Today is so disappointing, but this is the craziest thing.
Time it just right.
I was looking up the Neverending Story, and I noticed that the man that voices Falcor's name is Alan Oppenheimer. And I was like, that's a peculiar last name to share with somebody. I wonder if there's a relation there to the atomic bomb guy. Yeah, they're third cousins. They're third cousins. Falcor and the man that invented the atomic bomb are cousins. Also, Alan Oppenheimer that voiced Falcor also voiced Skeletor. So that's what a fun fact. What a load
She,
of fun
you know,
facts
this TikToker also uses very ideal location for subtitles. I do the I do the same thing for subtitle locations.
And I was like,
I go through all of them. No.
You like
Why don't we
riddles?
scroll down more?
Yeah, I do like.
We've got a kid that keeps sending us riddles. What am I? We get in when we feel dirty. We get out when we feel clean. Sometimes there are bubbles wherever I lean. Sometimes when you get in,
Bathtub?
you choose to sing a song. You can get
Shower?
lucky fingers if you stay in me too long. What am I?
The bath.
No, it's old Mrs. P-Knuckles' disgusting grey puss.
Oh my god.
I have a back, but I'm not a camel. I can
Can't argue with the results, it makes folks read. Oh yeah, it does.
but I don't have hands.
Oh wait, I don't know what this one was.
No, it's quadruple amputee. Perhaps a victim of landmines or something.
The silence is deafening. The silence is deafening, my
Yeah, I'm worried
god.
about tariffs. Worried my wiener's gonna tear if I don't stop tugging it. I've been tugging it. Yeah, I'm worried about...
Yeah, I'm worried about tariffs.
But tariffs? Worried my wiener's gonna tear if I don't stop tugging it. I've been tugging it.
I've been tugging it. How I look at bro when he asks the DM, can I try something wild? Oh, this is my party on Saturdays when I say that. This is me. This is me to Havoc. Another example of Buffy I having the same FYPD. That's so good. This is me to Havoc.
Hi. I went to Matayu Island and none of your friends were there.
Me.
Hey,
Me.
your baby is
Hi.
crying because it wants a cigarette so bad. Give it to him. Hey.
No.
Go to the store and buy some more nuggets that are shaped like dinosaurs. You will never
Please won't let me buy nuggets that are shaped like dinosaurs.
go to the store and
I have lived here for over a year and I still haven't had chicken that's shaped like dinosaurs.
TikTok has just read me for absolute filth. Okay, let me tell you a story.
I've been monetized for a couple of weeks now, and
Okay, that's
I've
cool.
made some content. I've gotten some views. It's been pretty good, but I don't really understand
Pretty
how
good.
the whole system works. I'm just sort of letting it happen.
I love the dancing cat me, yeah.
And so yesterday, for the first
Oh, he
time
definitely
since I
would.
started
We just don't have the
monetizing, I
time.
got a special reward. Okay. I don't really know what that is.
Feel free to send it over to me, Zoe.
But I'm not complaining. So I look it up. A special reward is something you get when you make content you have expertise in. Expertise. I explain Tumblr memes and I complain about Supernatural. That's my expertise. At my grown age, that's what I have expertise in. I have a doctorate! And I mean, I'm not complaining because I also have a head injury, and prior to this, my primary income was selling plasma twice a week, so I mean, it's not like, I mean, I guess I'll just keep doing the shit I'm an expert at, but God
Oh yeah, dude.
damn, do you
I wish I could monetize my shit. Yeah, man. That's how it is, bro.
Dude,
I live for the truth. Being an adult is trying the things that we were denied as children. Yeah, that's valid. Okay, wait. Oh shit, we're so far. Okay, I just have to finish. I have to finish.
Are you real? Dude, I think I am.
That's actually some pretty solid evidence.
Renee Descartes? Dude.
Renee Descartes. I saw someone the other day who had such a niche doctorate that they were the only expert. That's valid. I don't have a doctorate. I wish I
I
did.
don't think you truly love something unless you've made a spreadsheet about it. I think that the old
I have to use my other model to explain the expression that I'm having right now, and that I feel very called out. I feel very called out by this first few sentences, because I have spreadsheets for Minecraft, and Travelers West, and some and this.
and my people and
There's someone at the door. I will go answer the door momentarily. Be right back. Okay. Okay, I am back. The door rang and I wanted to know. So who wants to light a fire and no! Don't do that. Don't do that. It could have been a funny story. Could have been solicitors. My TikTok for you is becoming a lane for you page. Well, see, the lucky thing is that my for you page is separate. I show you guys it for a little bit.
my culture, but I don't think you truly love something unless
Why'd that go off? Oh, because of the ads. Oh, I didn't save it correctly, did I?
I've delivered unto you the finest of memes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will look at them in 2 seconds. Oh, I didn't save it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me scroll back up. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Now I know that it works correctly. Save. Okay. Save. Okay.
unless you've made a spreadsheet about it. I think that the final form of like effect.
I don't want to watch this. This is calling me out too much.
A man walks into a bar and starts drinking. All of a sudden, he hears, "Nice hi." Confused, he looks around because there's no one there, and he just keeps drinking. After some time, he hears, "Nice shirt." He looks around again and calls over the bartender, and he says, "I think I'm going crazy. I keep hearing these compliments, but there's no one here." And the bartender responds, the bartender responds, "It's the nuts."
I can't do it. I can't do it. That hurt me. That hurt me. That hurt me, guys. That hurt me. Why? That was bad. Why is it not downloading? Hold on. I also have to send... Okay, hold on. My stuff is lagging. Okay, hold on. You wanna be a dinosaur. 10 out of 10 delivery. It was good. I get why they saw it was funny, but it hurt. It hurt. Okay, I think it's this one, right? Create. Okay, yeah, it is. Open folder. This is his final variant. Send to zip file. And then it's squishing. It is squishing. Okay, hold on. I have to close things so we can watch the thing that Zoe sent us. I don't understand. I don't think the nuts were complimenting him because they're complimentary.
It starts with one drink, a glass of wine, and then I take a shot with a friend of mine. Tequila combined with some
Like his
salt
friend.
and lime, and I chase with more wine.
Now I'm drunk.
Irish goodbye, stumble into the street. There's a Popeyes 2 minutes away, but I want Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A with a nugget meal.
At the drive-thru, I'm at the window.
The window.
I'm pretty fucked up. I grab it all wrong, and I
Watch it fall. That's so unfortunate. I watch it fall. Okay, let me show you guys my For You page. I'll show you the things that I've liked. This was the wrong thing. Okay. Restore. I thought you'd like that. Yeah, that was great. I actually don't know if it'll let me log into my TikTok account. It will. Yep. God damn it. So this is my personal TikTok account, and by personal I just mean I don't I have this account only for consumption. Only for the consumption of media do I have this account. Also, my fucking comment is at 4.7k likes. I want to be like, yo, a banger thing. Please check me out at maincoow, but I think that's rude because it's someone else's comment. Anywho. Things that I've liked. Oh, this fucking hold on.
Work. When your fucking lung... How the fuck does an inhaler work? When your fucking lungs start acting like two pieces of shit, an inhaler blasts pressurized medicine, usually albuterol, straight down your throat into those bitch-ass airways that decided to clamp shut like a scared fucking turtle. The goddamn albuterol binds to beta-2 receptors on the muscles wrapped around your bronchial tubes and tells them to chill the fuck out. And boom, those tight airways open up so you can get a nice fat fucking breath of fresh air again. Follow Dr. Pickle to learn more about your malfunctioning meat sack of a body. How the fuck does an...
Yeah, thanks, Buffy. It called me out really hard. I'll watch it on my own time. Also, I love this little guy. God, my TikTok's range in audio so much. Look, it's a little fire dragon. Fire toad. The stock market's tanked. Bam is skating again. Skrillex released an album. Music is getting better. 2008, just 17 years later. That's what I take when I can't breathe. That's valid.
And if only there was somebody to blame.
The fat dragon. Isn't it cute?
Oh, wait. There
So funny. It's the Ponyo thing. That's funny. I love this. Forget tariffs. I'll just go get it myself.
Best grounding technique I've found for panic attacks is just realizing how cringe I'm being. I was just sat here editing a video. Got a panic attack out of
sent me
nowhere,
this.
about dying. Lasted for 10 minutes. I was hyperventilating around my
Maybe
room
not,
crying.
but I saw it and I
Pretty soon
thought it was
just
funny.
screaming into my towels. And I realized, what the fuck am I doing? Oh, I'm gonna die? Pussy. Sat my ass back down. Best friend.
If women. Oh God. Again? We're doing this again? Okay, let's go through menstruation. Oh, this is different. This is very different. Then why don't men go through women's menstruation? I will have you assist.
Gonna lurk now. Enjoyed the dinks me. Thank you, Sue. Dude, this is me. There's an electric car out near our house, and it's so ominous.
We finally.
I just have.
It's so good. I saw this morning. I have to show that to Pixels. Okay,
This man never expected.
anime I want to watch. I like this person's art. I got a lot of art stuff on my TikTok. There are dire wolves now. There is a science team, Colossal Biosciences, the people that made the mammoth mice. They made dire wolves.
And Khaleesi.
They remade dire wolves. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's great. I love them. I want one.
20% to 25% bigger. We know that based on morphology of the skull. We know that they have bigger, stronger skull.
I wanna watch that, the anime one. Yeah, that's valid. But yeah, they made dire wolves again. I was like, what the? Oh, this is cool. Buffy would like, or not Buffy. Pixels would like this. It's a wormwood closet for TTRPG stuff. Look at all those dice. Next up, Hell Pigs. Oh God.
Crispy, you're not hijacking my fish, babe. You're not gonna hijack my fish. Crispy, you're not hijacking.
I want that too. That's, yeah, it's so nice. They do such good woodworking. He's like, I want the fish. He's like, I want that fish. Oh, I love Narami. I don't know what a yart is.
Not just doing.
Look at the little, I wanted this, but this is only for Bedrock. It's so cute. Bro, that must cost a fortune. Oh, probably. Look at this. It's only for Bedrock, but... Oh, I thought this was cute. Okay, well, this will be the last one we watch. Once there was a way. He's fluffy. But yeah, that's my For You page a lot of the times. I have to go back. Chat, we have to go back. Not this one. Gotta go back. This one. Final variant for Sim. Here you go. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's export the profile then. Let's do it that way. I'll share profile. What is it? Final variant version 1.3 export. Let's go to download, save. Maybe that'll be better than just doing the whole zip. Downloads. Okay. Funky is a font. Okay, let's play the music again. Maybe that won't be as big. Okay. Boof pack. Hell yeah. Got the right one too. I don't know. This is, I think, fart noise. I'll get that later. Say that I'm the only one. Say that I'm the closest one around. That's for this. Delete this guy. This can go into here. Say that I was like the way it sounds. Our projects, 2D art. This one. Move some stuff around. Just put that in there because I don't know if I'll use that. Thank you for the redeem, V. I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful day, and that shower made you feel so refreshed, and that when you wake up tomorrow, you'll be right as the day, right as rain, I guess, coincidentally. That you'll feel so much better. Also, guys, look, I have Gore sent me this before they had to go on little health hiatus. It's a delayed birthday present. I'm gonna post about it. Hold on. Of course. Post about it on Blue Sky. No, I won't post about it on Blue Sky. Sometimes life is goob, and I don't swallow the whole blue colored pencil. So here, have some of my blue colored pencil because I love it. It tastes good. So she can share the red. I eat the blue, so yeah. Replace. So much better. Okay. Okay. No thanks, eats red. Yeah, everybody can have all the other colors. Okay, I gotta finish editing. Okay, so I'm all of that. Okay, hold on. So let me bring these back. I have a booth pack. From Venus to 9. I'm off a big sack. 9. Big sack. What day was the announcement actually? Squish Homo, you got it. Booth pack. I'm on big pack, booth pack. Both pack. All night, booth pack. Mr. 9. The fuck was I thinking about? Oh. A big squish show. Actually, am I still lurking in people's? I don't know who you are. Hello, I don't know who you are. Hello. I would like to lurk in my friends. Fierce is doing stuff. Noble is streaming. Schedule 1. Gamer friend. Look at this little outfit. That's so cute. Rich. Ooh, Mash is playing Infinite Nikki. So is Oceanic Pears. Was there like an update? Boofy. I think I'm gonna plan a collab for next week. Look, it's Oceanic. I like their hair. Their hair's so nice. Alright, when was the big announcement? A day that I've already posted. Very cool. So, which account? Boof pay. Ooh, what's this? If you don't have a girl, where's the audio in this thing? Why? But why if you don't have a girlfriend? Why? I would do that. I would still do that. Like, why can't you do that? Right, it's content. Let's switch accounts. What is the big announcement one? It's March 18th. We're nothing but your love is true, then guess why? Because there was no one to draw. Oh, I see. Wanna be the one that making me feel so single. It's okay. Another shot to stop the feeling. You can say it's just the way you are. I know reason a bunch of juniors are dating people. They're babies. They don't know nothing. It's okay. It's better to be single and not in a shitty relationship than in a shitty relationship. And not single. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Smile. Not the place to find people, not gonna lie. Yeah. Unless it's like childhood sweethearts kind of thing, which is, to be fair, very limiting. Leave room for Jesus in your life, yeah. Because, like, if you take care of yourself first, then you're gonna be the perfect version of you for the perfect version of the person that you want. Make myself remembering that my sister, who's 8 years old, is also single as fuck. That works. I should scoot this down one. Who will you wake up next to him in the night? And you're nothing more than his wife. Lurk, thank you for the lurk. You can sit 100 boys and bars. Another shot, just stop the feeling. You can say it's just the... Being in a relationship just to not to be single will lead to trauma. Yes, this is very true. Okay, and then this is where I pop in because I'm being lazy about it. Brands, this one. In times without I realized wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. That's loud as fuck, dog. Whoops. It's a great song. Aw, that's cute. You two are so cute. The world was ending. I'd wanna be next to you. Twitch.tv/main cow. I wouldn't wanna do this anymore. I want you mean to me. The most that I want you fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. Or delete track. And we take this off. World was ending. I'd wanna be next. You. Create. Donald Nuts. It's true. I wanna hold you since for a while and die with a smile. I might just remove that one for this video. to you. It was I was in a relationship with a guy for 12 years. He wasn't good for me, but neither of us wanted to be alone, so we just stayed. I don't recommend it. Nope. It's not good for your health. It's not fair to the other person either, if that's why you're in for it. I've learned since then. Yeah, we all grow and learn. Hold me next to you. This ball of pure serotonin. Was ending. I wanna be next to you. Dog. Many of the only people I have ever met have been in on. Yep. Okay. I can't read. I can't read. I can't read. I've given up on reading. There's no more reading in this little noggin for me today. "100 years from the empire now." Many of the lowest people I ever met have been in one relationship or another for most of their lives. Yep. Smile. So play that song. Being independent is an important skill, and being in a relationship for all your teen robs you of that growth and makes you kind of dependent. It does. It's why I am sad when I'm lonely. Advanced GG. Now I'm coming up on the weapon season. 10% off your order using milkgg. Big ol' smooch. Save. I'm not how you hoped. Scripts. Oops. Workspace. Nope. Snap captions. I wonder how South of Midnight will play on my computer. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, Cat. Yippee. We gotta make the redeems first, though, and then we can do it, though. Okie dokie. Now we just gotta do the other one. Cool. Alright, I fixed it. Fuck Christ, dude. It's been happening a lot today. I think it's because we were doing Minecraft stuff today, to be honest. All right, we're good. We're good now. All we need to do is just do the base, though. We'll be good. The meantime. Give my northern attitude a while. Sun don't shine. Doing the script right now. Boop, position, apply. Okay, cool. Here for you. Then being under raw because it's all of pure serotonin. And what's us know how different parts of their city. Yeah, dog. For those stimmers out there, there's this little orange boy. Pressing down on this old dog bowl. Satisfying pop sound to ease that little brain cell of his. Exciting news. View from my little hovel over on Twitch. Our first affiliate with a wonderful fish. 10% off. Oops. Water. Try them. Okay. So this is still loud. Cool. I'm just gonna make sure the art tips is gonna work. And then this. Unfortunately, I think we won't be able to use 6.0 for create because it's so new. So we'll have to go back to this one. YouTube, kill down TV. Confectionery, create, deco. Or extraction. Versions. Oh my goodness, Goblin Ear, welcome on in. Your name, I'm gonna be honest, took me by surprise, but welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hi. 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 As our prince and the queen dies, will trade. What part threw you off? Probably the own a hole part. Not gonna lie, the own a hole part kind of maybe threw me off a little bit off my game, but you know, that's alright. Oh, we like to keep it spicy here, you know? What version is the create? Create or extraction. 1.20.1.5.3 install. Yeah, I get that. No, that's valid. But welcome on in. We're happy to have you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're having the greatest of days. This one. Great stuff. No, it was the add-on one. A few weeks. Create crafting edition. Goblin branding. Yippee! I can't remember which one was the other one that we had. It's like, it was an edition ones. Stop being laggy. Please. Thank you. And name. I can't tell just what you want. Actually, did this save it? No, it didn't, I think. It did not. Shit. I think it was crafts and additions that I have to roll back. Create. What's it called? Create edition. Create. Uh, 1.20.1.2, okay. Create this one. Change log. Yeah, versions is 1.20.1.124, this one. You want, but you want it the whole time. I'm so sad that it didn't save the stuff we were writing earlier, but that's okay. That's what I get for closing it. Because I forgot. Okay, and then just want to open. Oh, I don't want to do this in here. It's what you know. the whole time. Cause biome plenty. And then where's the other one? This one. Slowly we'll collect all the gobbles. Yes, slowly. Another furniture fly. Looks like there are 4 ones that need to be rolled back. Flywheel added in the case of flywheel. Oh yeah, another furniture needs to be rolled back. What version of another furniture mod do we have? The furniture is 1.20.1.301 install. Biff emotes to help with this? That's true. We should make some Biff emotes. Let me write that down. Biff emotes. Okay, and then flywheel we have to remove. I don't think we do. I think we might remove flywheel. Delete. Should kill instance. Play. Okay. Okay, my way to super slay. Which were the discontinued ones? Let's recall. Same gamer. Cross fences. Okay, I can't copy that for some reason, which is annoying. That's okay. Oops. Removed, or actually, yeah, we just did removed. Macaws, fences, macaws, furniture, macaws, roofs, macaws, fences, for BOP and B, what is it called? I think it's like BYOP? BYG. I can only count to 4. And then added. Then macaws this one. And then 2, 5, 10, 9, 10. Oh, and then we added Sweets Delight, and then Compat Delight. Create Deco has failed to load. Oh, create Deco. Create Deco. Versions. 201, 202, and 202. Play. Okay. Okay, and then updated. Let's go from the last one. Discard changes. Because I want to delete 1.4. Okay. Man with plushies. Aquaculture 2 and naturalist. Added. Rat should still be in there, I think. Yeah, rats are still in there. Cool. I think that's everything we updated, but let me make sure. Let's go map to 2. Folder. Mod, sort by date modified. Oh, amendments also got updated. It got crashed. Why'd you crash? Ooh, actually. What are you hiding? Active. Play. Alright. Beats didn't. They need paint on effects. Are you on? The bricks come off. Alright, what else did we update? I think we also updated. What's it not? It's so weird that it doesn't do that. Okay. What have you done? I don't think we updated anything else. Break come off. Cork feather load correctly, index out of bounds. Kill instant. We'll try it one more time. You spin and then you get ooh, cancel. Okay. Be tonight? That's the question. Who will group be tonight? That's the question. Okay, so while that loads, we will go in and we'll edit these guys. So that's good. What is this? What are you? Daily word? Oh, this is the daily word stuff. I should delete. Copy, save. Is there like manual triggers or yeah, no, I'll keep it in the milk club. Take a break, check on daily vibe check. Okay. Daily vibe check. Checking vibes. Daily vibe check awarded. Their vibes have been are immaculate. Save, okay. And then how do I do the username? That's this. Okay. Save, okay. It's a Twitch redeem. Boop. This one. Limited reward. Verify that your art right wavelength. Enter number. 30 minutes, redemption percentage 5. Save. What's kind of like this symbol. I have a lot of hearts going on. What color is this? Save. What do you mean it didn't copy? Ew, I don't like that one. Copy. Okay. I should probably say, how can I, let's see. If, copy paste, can Sammy check how many times a Twitch redeem has been used? Okay, that's fine. Let's see, how do I do this? Content. It's both of these, okay. Change lag. Add Astro 1.15 versions. 0.15. 0.18 jar. And then this one, add Astro Galaxion was 1.16.15. Which is this one. Play. Let's see. Paste an if statement. If check-in equals 0, if file name, this is daily vibe, daily underscore vibe. Check-in equals 0. Then they do this. Just gonna turn this off for now. Daily vibe. First daily vibe I think I don't need to make it so difficult, actually. Okay, and then so we did daily vibe check, fixing Minecraft. Oh, auto change models. Okay. Paste. Move model. That's a bit trigger hotkey. Send a hotkey. Please make a selection. My name. Okay, so wait. Let's go here. I gotta make a little thing for this guy. So I want my default position to be here. Oh, cancel. Okay, so VTube move model. What does this say? I can't read this. What is this dev note? This one doesn't work so super well because you have to do a lot of trial and error to get the numbers just right. Good luck changing the contents of the text. It does nothing, by the way. Okay, what about trigger hotkey? Yeah, okay, so this one we want. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's do. Let's do. What is my hotkey for this guy? What's it called? Default? It's just called default. Maybe 6100. Okay. I think 30 minutes to milliseconds. Okay. Okay. Minecraft has loaded, which is good. So I'm just gonna take all of these. Save. No. And then here. Census, final variant. Upload, okay. Okay, edit triggers. This is on the Twitch channel point, which is baby mode. Save. And then this one would be chonk. And then chonk. Default pose. Save. Okay, edit triggers. This is chonky lane. Squisho mode. Where's squisho mode? Oops. Auto squisho. Save. Auto baby mode. I think that's pretty good. And then what? I am what? Mods. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink some water in a second. Move. Mods. Move. This one. Trash. Now selecting all of this is how many files? It doesn't tell me. Does it? I guess that's the hope. Actually, can I just want to triple check? It does doubles. Hope to God it doesn't do doubles. Okay. Where's the Oculus? Okay, let me just wobber on this one. Delete. Trash. Restart. Hopefully that'll work okay. Okay, we did the auto. IPTDS is done. It's like an overlay thing. Auto change model is done. Soundboard is next, which I want to do on the stream deck. Okay. The sounds meme, which I can unblur my screen for. Michael's gone insane. Who's just starting to get heavy? I think I went this way. Too early to go steady. You walk by like you never heard, and bring down my level of concern. For you to tell me we're alright. Alright. You to say a bunker underneath the surface. Where you be, my little quarantine? It's the way it ends. Actually, I want this to be meme music and then SFX. Oops. Would you tell me we're alright? Tell me. Oh, Wimdy. Download. New folder, meme audio. Save. I don't know what else to add. This one could be funny. Oh, I have to rename them, or else I'm not gonna know. Fuck. Alright, dance. Audio. Nice. It Wimdy. Sponge. Bob sad. What the dog doing? I need that for other reasons. Oh, I need that for other reasons. I need that for other reasons. Okay. I get quiet when there's no one else. And you in awkward silence. Okay. Oh. Boop. Boop. Oh. Let's do it windy. We wake up one day to become dance. And it's I wanna go through my heart. Sad. So now if I do this, why is the stream deck going through? It should be going through HQ, I guess. So now. Oh. On my bed staring into the moon. Okay, I've started the soundboard, which will make it a lot easier for me to make the future soundboard, which is good. Okay. Ah! What? Bless you, thank you. Hello, Sam. I was actually right about to message you. My thing is closed because our IP address is on the screen. Also, do you like my model? Isn't she pretty? Also, wait, does... Yeah, Minnie gets blurred too, bitches. I was just thinking about something on the side. Okay. Are these all client side? It's very nice, love the rigging. Thank you. Isn't it cool? I can't wait till it's done. Like the face, just my favorite. Bro, I'm hungry. Getting more water. Terra Blender is not installed. What are you talking about, bro? Terra Blender is installed. I know for a fact Terra Blender is installed because I'm looking at it right there. And the resourceful config. Maybe I just fucked up. Hold on. I think I just fucked up and not all the mods got uploaded. Boop. 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 Hopefully I don't get fucking whatever it's called. They were like, you uploaded too many files. And I was like, okay, sorry. We align. No eclipse, you and I. Do I have anything else on my to-do board? I got timed out! Okay, wait, it went in order alphabetically, so where did it stop? Dominium? Stop at Dominium. Okay, so then I just need to upload... mod. It stopped at Dominium. ABC. Where's Dominium? Sort by name. Dominium. Dominium. There it is. Take the rest of these. Oh. Yeah, I did the crackpot way. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Whoops. Well, it's okay. We'll do it the crackpot way. Oh, you bitch. You really? 450. Okay, actually, never mind. We're not doing the crackpot way. We won't do it the crackpot way because I don't know if everything got installed. It's zipping. It's zipping. Say, well, it's not perfect, but it's not that bad. We got each other, that was all we have. Alright, time to shove this Minecraft server into the other folder that has my Minecraft servers in it. Yonk. There for you. Okay, go away. And then upload file. And this back on. Okay. You uploading? Okay, I'll just do the changelog then. Oops. Updated, okay. And said, why'd you do it like that? You weirdo. Why did you do it like that? Don't do it like that. Oh my god. Screams. I'm screaming. Okay. It's funny to me because I remember all I did the last time I updated the server was literally just make it so that I could have rats on the server. That's all I did. And then I guess CurseForge decided to dig over the delight mod and now we're here. And I need to see if I extract. It's not perfect, but it's not that bad. That's all we have. That's a solid update. Yep. Yep. I can't believe they fucked over all the delight mods like that though, because I guess Curse just removed them. You done? Is it done? Looks like it's done. As I think you've just experienced, smaller updates tend to be easier. Yeah, I don't try to do big ones, but I didn't know that the create one would be so big. Yeah, yep. Move. Thanks. Okay. Now I gotta blur this so you guys don't see my IP address. I'm gonna start it. Because if this works, then I can zip it up and then send out the update and then we'll be good. And then we can play South of Midnight! We can play South of Midnight! I'm so excited to play South of Midnight! I think to play South of Midnight, though... Am I in my regular position? I am, okay. If I put gaming... okay. Just having to decide how I want to do this. Ah, fuck, it's got Oculus. Stop. God damn it. Delete. Trash. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to make 2 different gaming buttons, I think. Just be like casual. Thank you for the very first vibe check. Oh my god. Oh my god. Casual gaming. Can I make this bigger? And this is serious. Alright. So casual gaming will just turn off things. Okay, and then... But in serious gaming, we are also going to turn off... We're going to do a few things. So Elaine... We're going to turn off BLT. Wait, so the vibe check is just like a, I did it right, doesn't do more than a lot. Nope. Nope. It's just like people getting first. It's just like, hey, I did it. I was one of the 5 people to get the vibe check. And that's it. That's it. I could make it more special, and everyone that redeems vibe checks gets shouted out on Twitter, but I'm lazy. How many? Copy. Yeah, I mean, that's how firsts are, in my opinion. It's just they're just, for that, you know? Accessories. Where's little guys? Little bros. And then if I become big, is that better? I think I need a gaming position. Like right here. And this will also turn off these days. Serious gamer. Move model, select. Oh yeah, okay, they already made all those, okay. Okay, and then this is the first like big game that we're gonna be playing, and I'm really like excited, so I really wanna do like have it look good. Cause I wanna put it on YouTube. Trigger hockey. Serious gamer. Okay. And then the little guys will be gone. The desk will be gone. I also want to remove my chair. Would you wrap your crown on your way out now? Then I think I also want to hide the my wall ball. My wall ball. Where's my wall ball? Wobber. Okay, so now if I go serious gaming, it'll just be me and the screen, which I think will be good. Okay, and then we go back to art. We bring everything back. Okay, well, not everything. Copy, paste. Need the water. Well, my water bottle, and then the little guy, little bros. So now art would bring back, and BLT, trigger hockey. BLT. Nope, model Elaine BLT. BLT, okay. So now art. Okay, now BLT's back. I think we also need to hide the music. Yeah. Cassette. Also, I just want to move one thing because it's bothering me. Oh. I want it to be right there. There. Okay, so now let's copy serious gaming, paste. And then hide. Okay, so now our art. Oh, art. Little bros? Little bros? Where are my little bros? Alright. Okay. And then Serious gaming. Everybody's gone. It's just us. And then this one brings everything back. And then this. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Poor BLT. He's being thrown through the ringer. And then trigger one more hotkey. Copy, paste. This would throw me into my default position. So if we're in art. Oh, my chair! Fuck. Chair. My chair. Where's my chair? Chat bean chair. Okay. And then if I do serious gaming. Cool. Cool. And then it'll be up to us whether we use a controller. Okay. 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 I fixed all that. That's all good. Close this. Close this. Close this. This. Multiplayer. Server on. Let's check it. Let's check it, motherfuckers. Oh, shit. Wait, you can't see my screen, though. I'll do this. Ah. Oh, but then if I do this. Ah, okay. Okay. Watch me load and everything's broken. That'll be so funny. Wouldn't that be so funny, chat? I'm kidding. Obviously. Shit, I saw the blur on. Okay. And then I'd have to make this version 5. I'm just gonna hope and pray that this is gonna be okay. Share profile, this one. So, a set RAM package version. This is going to be. Files. I kept changing how I named these. I don't want them to be consistent. 0.5. Oh! Let's just say tame rats will not be able to perform many tasks you would normally expect them to because of this. To fix this, all you need is to be mob raving this will not appear again. Well, good thing I don't want it on. Hell yeah! The server is okay! Yippee! That took us all day. Thank you, Sim. Okay, cool. That worked for me. Still want to look up a better shader pack, but that's for another day. Creep. I'm a weirdo. 0.5. I don't belong here. I think that's everything. Export. Minecraft version updates. Good lord. 1.5. It sounds like a part of you died while trying to. Yeah, a little bit. I thought I had it figured out, like how to update the server, and then kind of like realizing that I didn't kind of bummed me out a little bit. But I guess having a set of mods that we use just be obliterated by CurseForge was not in my bingo card this year. So fair game, I guess. I had to fix quite a few things in this update. So if it crashes on first launch, please be patient and launch it again. I love how slow this thing is. I'm gonna italicize it. Okay, hopefully this is all good now. Yeah. Oh, please don't do the error that it happened last time. I will jump. Part of me wants to wait to make sure this gets approved, but I think it'll be fine. South of Midnight has an update? What do you mean? I literally downloaded it the other day. What do you mean you have an update? No. What do you... Oh, it doesn't. Did it already download? It did. EP. Gecko Shop. When is Gecko Shop coming out? I just want Gecko Shop to come out. Oh my god, they have a TikTok? And a roadmap? Okay, when is the game coming out? Okay, got it. Vet, breeding, god rolls, fishing. Features to add, TV keep on toggle run. Full Steam Deck support? Hell yeah. But when is the game coming out? Online multiplayer? That's crazy. That's crazy. They want to do online multiplayer? This game just got 10 times better. Now Bobby and I can also run a gecko. I gotta go bathroom. I'll be right back. Also, is it a day 0? Did it come out today? I think it came out today. Hold on. South of Midnight. Let me see. It did. It came out today. So, hell yeah. So, I'll be right back and we'll play. Be right back. I gotta go pee. I bitches, I'm back. I got a snack. Okay. I don't know if this will be a controller game. It might be. I feel like, yeah, it looks like it might be. Wrong thing. I know none of you are as excited about this game as I am, but it's gonna be great. So cool. Welcome back, thank you. I put some rice on, so if Pixels is dead for dinner, I can have rice. Alright. Update. The fuck? Okay, I'm apparently downloading PlayStation accessories to my controller for the firmware. Oh, fuck me, dude. Ah! Okay, well, at least it's only like 3 things that it didn't like. Oh wait, shit, what am I doing? Oh, cancel. Been scammed, surprise, surprise. Being a white man. My dick is limp. My dick is limp. I just want to play South of Midnight, but I have to fix this. It's in the manifest, isn't it? Yeah. File 601. 01 to 100. Ah! Thanks. I'm okay. I'm okay, chat. File ID, project ID, file ID 633 84448. This thing. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a 2. File project. Okay. Thank you, Boofers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Compress. Send to zip file. Give me this. How can I upload a new version? Yeah. You're gonna make me upload it again, you bitch. The lady in office. Club mods. V1.5. Oh, okay, that's fine. Boop, 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 boop. Refresh this one. Forge Minecraft. Upload file. Our government take over. Oh. I don't know what the fuck this is. Banana bread. After fixing a mod pack? Hell yeah. Having to install Sony software on my computer? Fuck no, bro. But banana bread? Fuck yeah. Also, this is gonna ruin the shit out of my brain. Prop. Where is Nyaru pad? Sweet. Please. No! Why? Why? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? You're pulling on my dick! What's happening? What the fuck? Where is it? Rejected. Why? Missing? What do you mean it was missing? It was right there. What do you... Ooh, you stinky bitch. It's right there. What do you mean it's missing? Oh, because it does a stupid thing. That's right. Compress 2-zip. God damn it. I forgot that it does this. Windows is gonna make me shit myself. I don't want to shit myself, but it's going to make me. And I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. But then I hate it at the same time. Milk Club mods V1.5. Forge 1.20.1. Upload. I thank God that it like doesn't take long for this shit to verify though. Because the first few times we uploaded it took a while. But now it doesn't take as long. Close. We can close this. Exit. Boop, boop. Okay. You only get a little bit of my information. Only a tiny bit. Only a smidgen. Charge the battery to update. Okay, so I did all that for no reason. Hell yeah, dude. Doing shit for no reason? Hell yeah. Doing shit because I can't do it because of something else? I have all your info? Of course you do. I bet, Buffy, that you have my social security card information. You know what my social... You approve, please. Please. Bitch. Bitch. Well, it's gonna be charging for a while, so whatever. Alright, let's make sure this works. Yeah. That's a bit exaggerated, though. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and fix something real quick, though, with this controller. Because it's slightly off. I'm breaking immersion. Get ready, chat. I'm breaking immersion. Where is it? This one. I want to edit the model really quickly. Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. I know all my friends' social security just in case they need them. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so I have to tweak it. So in order for me to tweak it, I'm gonna do something janky, which is add me into the OBS downloads. Line 3.0. Okay. Where am I? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Fucking shit, dude. I have so many folders. Okay. So you see how the skin's like a little bit off? We gotta fix that. I'll fix it just a little bit. Yeah, you think so? Paste last. I think that's a little bit much. Is that closer? Like, if you were... Yeah, that's way closer. Okay. Okay. Base 4, thumb base. Right, yeah, okay, and then top back. What is this? Okay, that's fine. And this. Palm. Boop. 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 Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Now, you might be saying, Elaine, isn't this a lot of work for something that people probably didn't even notice until you did something? Yeah, probably. But, suck my nut, you know? You know, like at the end of the day. Let me get in there. Let me in there. Finger base. You could also be saying, but Elaine, we notice it more now that you're editing it. Yep. Yuppery. Ring top. Wait, is this what I wanted? I think that's what I wanted. I don't think I wanted... Oops, I fucked that up. Poop. Oh, hey, I keep fucking it up. Why? Okay. This one. Okay. Ring finger. Okay. Palm. Pinky mid, pinky base. More orange now, guys. Or pink? Orangey pink? That's better. Why does this seem off? No, I guess that's how that is. My tum. I refuse. But, oh, wait. But Elaine, nobody is saying anything, and it's just voices in your head having this whole conversation. Oh, no, yeah, that's valid. Yeah, that sounds right. So it's like... Okay, cool. Index. Middle top. Oh, okay. Actually, middle top isn't. Palm is, though. Okay. Give me the ring. If Ella's hands aren't slightly paler than her body because I know this bitch has bad... What do you mean? My hands are great. My hands are great. I have great circulation. Thank you very much. It's quite rude of you to assume that I don't. I have great circulation. You know what I don't have great circulation in? My fucking knees, I guess. Fucking, I bet it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. I don't understand why they named this like this, but no, it makes sense, you know, at the end of the day. Paste. Paste. Joint. Okay. Now, bro, I need to put does Elaine usually have cold hands? I don't. I don't normally. Load, select, okay. Save. Do you want to customize your no. So I already did it. And then stop it. Go away. Hold on, I gotta disconnect my face tracking. Let's go serious gaming. Guilty go away. Actually, let me go to big. Oh, nope, okay. I feel like that's pretty good. Maybe a little bit big. And not only, but their desk, but at the desk they do be struggling. Okay, I'm surprised most girls I know suffer from the cold hands and feet gene. Elaine's Korean blood is just stronger. I'm chubby, that's why. I'm fat. That's why. I think that's still a little high. You know? Maybe that's a little low. Maybe it just needs to be bigger. I think that's pretty good. Alright, now I gotta reconnect my face tracking. Why is it not clipping on me? Why no clip on? Hello? No, bro, I ain't know some big back with cold hands. That's valid. Okay. Wait, that works now? Big backs affectionately. No, that's valid. Does this look right? Does the controller look right? I'm so confused now. Oh my god, her arms came off? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Does this look right? I feel like... No, it's gone. What the fuck? I think it's because... Oh, fuck. Hold on. Exclude arm meshes from pinning select. I think it's because my chest doesn't. Boob. Okay. Only chest too bouncy. Fuck. Sure wouldn't rotate so much. Oops. Yeah, I think that's okay. Oops. Okay. Controller select. Save. These things that happen, let it see. Okay, now if I just do prop. My brain is dying. What? What? Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. I just want to play the game now. I'm gonna go play the game. Oh, thank God, and the Milk Club thing got approved. Woo! Baby! Alright. Let me change the stream title. Waiting years. Blind playthrough. And then the South of Midnight. I'm so excited. Done. Okay. It's happening, chat. It's happening. Happening. I just need South of Midnight to launch and then happen. We'll be good. Honestly, this song is kind of it matches. Okay. That sounds good. My computer might struggle as it opens, so... Listen to the song. Just realized you have porn file on your desktop? Yep.